Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning, my little couch potatoes. Look at that. We got the new intro finally up. Isn't that amazing? The lovely Amos made that. She's been working on it pretty hard for a couple weeks, so now I don't have to say my morning spiel anymore. But I love that intro so much because it's exactly what I said I wanted my show to be about, which is just about me. It's about all my friends and all my couch potatoes and everybody that puts all the work into this every day. I wanted my intro to represent that, and she nailed it. And we'll probably change it, every couple months, showing new people that's come on and everything. But it really captures what I wanted Couch Court with Llama to represent. So yeah, I don't know what to do when I don't have to say that spiel. I have it so memorized now. But I hope you all like that. If you do and you see Amos in chat, give her lots of love today, okay? All right, let's do our roll call. Good morning, Lady and Greg. Good morning. Again, I apologize for being late. I don't think I apologize for that yet, but I didn't want to get out of bed. So I went to bed early the last few nights, and my body was like, now we're ready to sleep. So that's pretty much it. I've just been slow this morning. Good morning, Mama Llama. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Pilola's mom. Happy Taco Tuesday. It is. Oh, I should pull some hamburger out of the freezer so Elfie and I can have burritos tonight. I like where your head's at, Pilola's mom. I like it. Oh, good morning, Angie. Good morning. Hope you're doing great this morning, babe. And Inquisitive Room, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well. Oh boy, you guys, here for a couple hours and off to work again. Well, boo. Boo to that. I know the time difference sucks for you. You have to be so far ahead in your day. But I'm glad that nonetheless you watch us while you get ready for work. I love that. Well, you guys, after yesterday, before I go into that, if you haven't liked this video, if you're new, subscribe, hit the notification bell, do all those things. As it lets everybody know that we're live and that this is where the party's going to be at today. Because I feel like today is going to be a repeat of yesterday. Oh, I didn't realize there was more comments there. I'm sorry. See? Every time you hit the like, a llama earns its gavel. Do the right thing. Oh, I love that. That's new. I'm pretty sure that's new. I love that. So yeah. So that way I earn my gavel. Good morning, Eddie Irene. Hope you're doing well this morning. Okay, so it is new. It is. I was like, did I lose my mind? Do I forget everything by the time I get off? I think so. You couldn't believe what I watched last night on Catching Up With. Oh my gosh, it was such a frustrating day yesterday, and it was very hard for me to shake it off after I got done recording, or got done streaming, and then I recorded Diddy. I almost didn't record Diddy because I was like, I'm still mad and angry. It was a bunch of shenanigans yesterday. That's for darn sure. And hopefully today won't be as bad as yesterday. Yesterday was very frustrating. Just because I very much believe in fair trials, and I do not feel like this is a fair trial at this point. Yesterday was preposterous. And I think everybody saw that. I'm not a lawyer or a legal expert, but I'm just a regular person who could sit on a jury, and I say, oh, this is wild. And a lot of you agreed as well that this is just not, it's not normal. It's not normal at all. Good morning. There we go. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better today, babe. I know you were lurking just a bit yesterday and a little behind, but I hope you're feeling good today. And thank you for being here, even if you're not. Good morning, Amber. Good morning. I love how the new layout, yeah, we're squares now. Chat decided yesterday that they like the squares. And you know what? I think they're right. I think they're right. I do like the square as well. Sometimes I still will get my blue smoke monster over here, but whatever. And your guys' profile pictures, well, it's probably that way. Your guys' profile pictures are bigger, and I love seeing all the different ones. It brings me lots of joy, so I love that. Good morning, Teresia. Ooh, sorry, that's gross, probably. Sorry. Good morning, Teresia. Hope you're doing well this morning. Oh, that one didn't work right. Well, that's okay. Let's see. Oh, I couldn't sleep. Brennan, oh my gosh, he was something, right? He, I feel like what happened yesterday, in case you missed it, was Brennan was doing his cross with Dr. Wolf, and he pulled out the sweatshirt, the hoodie that John was wearing. And he pointed to the back of the sweater where there was some holes and asked Dr. Wolf and pointed to these holes on the backside of the hoodie if these could have been caused by road rash. Now, we didn't really pick up on it at first. And then she sent the jury out for a break, and Alessi took us to church and asked for a mistrial with prejudice because those holes were actually made by the criminalist who's already testified. I forget her name, starts with an H, and asked for a mistrial over that because they knew damn well where those holes came from, you know, whether it was intentional or Brennan misspoke. It was pretty bad. And so then Judge Bev was like, well, I'm not going to give a mistrial, but I will instruct the jury, which was some BS instruction to the jury. It wasn't great. But Brennan's demeanor changed for the whole rest of the day. Like, he knew he done messed up. I think he really did know that. And he was pretty like docile, low energy for the rest of the day. So it was a very interesting day to watch and very frustrating. Because then we had to sit through voir dire of one of the most qualified people I've ever heard on the stand, who then, so she was a forensic pathologist, right? There was a big plane crash in Egypt many years ago, and she was part of the team that helped piece all these body parts back together and identify them and send them back to all their families. And she also was the ME for the station club fire, where 100 people died in that club fire. And she had to identify all of them. But the Judge Bev, decided she is not qualified to talk about his arm and it being dog bites. Apparently none of that was good enough for her. And that was very frustrating. It was very, very frustrating. I was so mad. Anyway, Irene, the worst of it is, as Bev said, she would be clear in her instructions to the jury about Hank and his actions after he admitted his actions. And then she wasn't, and she blew it off to the jury. Agreed. And it was very, very frustrating. Bobby does like it better. And you know what, Buff? You were right. You were right. I enjoy it too. Thank you for the suggestion. Appreciate it. Good eye. Good eye. And the CW is going to try to save themselves by bringing the tech back, so it makes Wolf look bad. Yeah. So, oh my gosh. Then they talked about the schedule at the end of the day. I forget how much time they said they're going to need for this doctor. I think it was just a couple of hours total. And then the defense is bringing Dr. Rentschler from ARCA. Defense said that would take them about 3 hours, Brennan about 2, which we all know probably means longer, with sidebars and objections flying all over the place. And then the state plans on calling like some DNA people and Dr. Welcher from Aperture back as well. So I thought yesterday this would go to the jury by Thursday or Friday, but I really am not sure. Really not sure. Now they said, oh, this is how much time we need, but we all know in this trial that means literally nothing. So we'll see if it goes to the jury by Friday. If not, I know it will go to them by Monday for sure. It was not right, Kathy. It was just, it felt wrong. It just didn't feel right. And sometimes in trials, things happen where you're like, that doesn't feel right, morally, but legally. And it's a whole thing that you kind of have to get used to sometimes. But yesterday, what happened, I didn't feel right about any of it at all. Sorry, I got Your profile picture is from when you went to Colorado 2 years ago, all alone, stayed a week by myself, and went to the Garden of the Gods. Oh, I love that. I have been to Colorado, but I did not go there. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful. Eddie says Bev was the bigger problem. Hank admitted his error and told Bev to instruct the jury. She said she would, and then she didn't do it properly. Yes. That's exactly what happened. Amber says, I urge anyone to take trips alone and do all you want to do. I love that. It's a good message for the chat. Travel, you only get one life, right? YOLO. We haven't said that in a long time. Remember that? Oh boy. What a time. Oh yes, the criminalist is coming back this week. Yes, thank you. The lady who did the holes in the shirt is going to be back, called up again. I don't really know why they're bringing those people back, but they are. So Harnett, thank you. Thank you for that. Teresia says, the jurors are so frustrated, tired, and ready to be done with the trial. Absolutely. I am. And Bev is too, except I just don't like the way that she worded all of that well, we kind of need to hurry this up. I don't want to waste the jurors' time. Well, too effing bad. Okay. You can't sacrifice a fair trial for the jurors. Like, you can't. And for her to be like, oh, she's just so frustrating. Don't get there, Llama. Don't get there. Don't worry, Llama. She'll piss you off enough today. You'll have your chance again. Oh my goodness. Hello. Good morning, Ailey. Good morning. Hope you're afternoon again to you. Hope you're doing great today. I was so mad with Bev yesterday. So mad. So mad. Lady in Gray says, I think they always planned to bring back the tech and rebuttal due to the dog DNA, not wolf. Brennan might want to consider. Maybe. They're not. So then the state, let's go back to the lovely Dr. Lapisoda. I don't remember. Who's not qualified apparently to talk about dog bites, but the prosecution was like, well, if she talks about them, then we're going to call our own dog bite expert who trains and handles dogs. Like, okay. And you know what? Like, okay, that's fine. For me, like, that person's probably qualified to be like, yeah, that's a dog bite. But you know who's more qualified? A freaking person that's a medical doctor, a forensic pathologist, and a medical examiner. That person is super qualified. So if we're going to have dog bite expert, trainer, whatever, why can't we have the doctor? But I don't think they're going to be calling them. So exactly. It's a freaking murder trial. Okay. A freaking murder trial. I cannot believe that that's her mindset of it. And you know what? A lot of it's because of her and her scheduling. She doesn't come in early. She doesn't bring the lawyers in. Today, we're supposed to start early so they can go over some things. But we all know it's going to be late, like every day. Ugh. That woman. Good morning, Simone. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing well. Oh, hey, you've been to Minnesota and Wisconsin. Oh, wow. Wow. I've never been to either one of those, but I do hear great things. If you go during the summer and not the winter time, don't go there during that time. It is cold. Inquisitive thinks it might go to the jury by Friday. It could be. But again, yesterday we spent, 3 hours arguing for a mistrial and voir direing a witness. And so who Who knows? I don't, that's for sure. Anne Marie Tipton, hello, hello. I was raising my voice to finish your sentence, Bev. She did not instruct it correctly at all. And then she gave like a Lessian attitude about it. Because she was like, well, I can just not do it. I can just not say anything. She was very frustrating. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning. I mean, there's a lot of questions. And a microscope or a magnifying glass, I think it's already on them by a certain, what do they call them? Another law enforcement agency that they refer to all the time. Good morning, Cindy. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today, babe. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And Andrea, I'm not sure, but we'll go with Andrea. Good morning. You woke up from California. Oh my goodness. It's 6 a.m. there. Jeez. I love that. Good for you, because I had a hard time waking up at 8. So that is dedication, Andrea. Dedication, and I appreciate it, and I love it. Love it. Wendy says Beverly should have the Academy Award acting. Interested in seeing the photographs of the sweatshirt. She saw it. She messed around with her eyeglasses, said okay, then interrupted to see it a second time. She's everybody told me you're really not going to like this judge. And she hasn't been great throughout this, but yesterday was that day that I understood fully everything. So she exactly. She was like, well, I may regret giving you guys last Thursday off, because remember they had it off because it was too hot. And it's like, so what, you're going to punish everybody because you made a bad decision? Like she put that on them instead of taking responsibility herself, who was the one that gave everyone the day off and who's been telling the jury every day, you guys, well, good news, we're going to send you home early because I've heard we're way ahead of schedule. It's your fault, Bev. It's all your fault. Oh, blah, blah. I'm fine. I do not believe the judge should be above the law either. And this is not an elected judge. Some states elect their judges, some don't. This is not one of those states. I know people brought up, oh, could they do anything about it? I don't know. It's very hard to get a judge held accountable or a lawyer held accountable. It's very, very hard to do for some good reasons, right? A lot of people would put in complaints about things being unfair, blah, blah. It's very hard. So I don't have the answer to that question. Good morning, Shanka. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Dope meditations. Happy full day, everyone. Hope you're doing well as well. Eddie Irene says, I really enjoyed Lawyer, his perspective on Hank and Bev both yesterday with regard to how prosecutors and judges professionally act. I love Peter Tragos. I did not watch what you're talking about because I don't have time. If I do, it's usually on the weekends to catch up and stuff, because after I'm done, I'm like, okay, I need a brain break. But I do enjoy Peter Tragos a lot. I've been watching him for quite a few years. I did say your name right. Fantastic. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. Let's see. Who else do we got? Wendy, same here. I had a really hard time yesterday. I'm okay today. She's not going to control my feelings. Yeah, that's literally what I had to tell myself yesterday. I was like, why am I giving this all my brain power? But you do get invested, because it's not just about Karen. It's not just about her. It's not just about this case. This has to have happened. All of these different things had to have happened for other people in this jurisdiction, and not just in this jurisdiction, but across the country. Okay, it does happen. And when you see it in real time, it's like you're being gaslit. You're like, I know this isn't right. And y'all are trying to tell me that it is. And it's like, I don't think so. I don't think so. So it's very frustrating. Peel his mom. 400K, the Commonwealth wasted on aperture. They could have bought many portable AC units for this small courtroom. They could have done a lot with that money. They did not get their money's worth. They did not get their money. Compared to ARCA and everything they did for $50,000. Oh, I think there were some deals made, is all I'm saying. That's right. If you're just getting in, scoot over, claim your spot on the couch, scoot over, make room for all the new joiners, and hit the like button. Because when you do, a llama earns her gavel. Isn't that great? It's new. We did it anyway. I love little surprises like that happen. I don't know about it. You heard she got a promotion that starts oh my God. She's already named Person of the Year by the county bar or something. Ugh. Gosh. You're number 17. Love that. Maybe that'll be a lucky number for you today. Shanka says yesterday really showed Hank forgot to switch to prosecutor mode and reverted back to Whitey Bulger defense attorney mode. Yeah, he messed up big time and he knew it. Good morning, Jake Montana. Good morning. That's a fun name. I like that. I also like your profile pic there. That's pretty cool. Did you draw that? Or is it just an image you found? Either way, very cool. Very cool. Good morning, Savage Cashew. Good morning. Can we instruct Bev to please do some research about the case online? Mods, drop the links in chat, right? And we did get a lot of Rescue Randy yesterday. We're going to miss you, Rescue Randy, after we're done with ARCA. He's the new celebrity. If you don't know him, you should. Because while we do take things very seriously around here, we do. We know that there are serious consequences to things. We also like to have a good time and try to find some things to just laugh about and be silly, because the rest of it is hard. It makes us frustrated. Fuel's mom, today's offense should walk in with t-shirts with holes in the back in front of Rescue Randy with Chloe on a leash. Justice for Chloe and Rescue Randy. 100%. I don't know if that 100% is about you drawing it, but I hope so, because I'm a little delayed over here on this side, getting to that. But anyway, happy to have you here. Ooh, CW is so dodgy. Everyone's so dodgy. The witnesses, the Commonwealth, the judge. What is happening? How can that many people be so dodgy in a trial? Okay, I've watched a lot of trials. Never seen anything like this. It's suspicious. Linda 4OK. I have not checked my email. And I apologize. I remember you said you sent me one yesterday, and I for sure will be able to check it today. I did have a lot of stuff happen after in the later evening, so I didn't get to it. But don't think I forgot about you or that your email wasn't important. Anyway, Linda has to say, Andrea Burkhart this morning, love her, was talking about Section 1983 and how it basically protects and makes immune our governments from being held accountable. Yeah, the bar is high, but I think it's a little too high, right? They have the biggest burden, okay, and they get a lot of leeway. It's very hard to do any of that. So, yeah. Okay, he says, yes, that's actually you. That is awesome. I love that. Very cool, Jake. Very cool. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, virtual friend as well. You got your coffee. And you know what, Joe? Good news is I think we might be done with Dr. Lapisota's CV that I know you were enjoying yesterday. So, woo, it could be time to celebrate. So, Simone says, when push comes to shove and Bev's life is on the line, how many people do you think she will sell out? I mean, it's crazy. It's something. This is agreed, Kathy. Agreed. This is the craziest trial I've ever seen. The craziest one before that was probably Daryl Brooks' nuns, because he was pro se. Everyone else was normal. Okay, the judge, most patient judge, Judge Darrow, freaking hero to deal with that guy. But this is crazy because it's not just some random civilian who thinks he can play a lawyer. This is prosecutors and witnesses and judges. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. It's just crazy. Haley says, what time is it there, Llama? And what times does court start? Well, it is 9:05 my time, which I'm the same time zone as them. I'm East Coast time. And she said the jury could come in 30 minutes later because they're going to have things to discuss. The lawyers are supposed to be there at 9, and they're supposed to discuss things. And guess what? It's ceiling fan time. And it's 9:05. So, she doesn't want to waste the jury's time, right? Ugh. She gets me. Buffy, I miss Lally. Could you? Oh, that's saying something. That's for sure. Oh my goodness. I mean, oof. Ugh. Yikes. All right. What else do we have coming around? Hi, Lola's mom. I love that you guys are so kind and nice to one another. I love it. It's like we have like our special group of friends. And I love every second of it. I love hanging out with you guys. And Jake says, I think after the whole shirt fiasco, heaven forbid the result is bad for her. I think the defense laid the groundwork for a retrial a few times over for appeals in case she's found guilty. I think so as well. And this isn't the only thing that's happened in this trial that would make me believe that. Now, everyone says, oh, when they're guilty, they can file for appeals. They can file for appeals. Appeals rarely get granted. I mean, it is very hard, very, very hard there as well. And the shirt was a big one. The Rock Albert at the jury's viewing, I feel, is another one. And what's the other? There's another one that happened earlier. I can't remember what it is. It's been so many weeks now. But I agree. Anyway, I agree. Good morning, Ed B from Boston. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us again. Love having you here. 80s Music Man. He says, hello, drives through a building to get here. Sorry, it was on my way. It has a new garage now. So if you guys don't belong to our Discord, the Courtyard, somebody will drop a link. You guys should. That's where we hang out when we're not streaming live. Myself, other people you see on air, people in the chat, our mods. It's where we all hang out afterwards. And since like the beginning of the year, where I live in Ohio, has a lot of cars that run into buildings. Like every couple of days, a car runs into a building. And last night, our news reported on it. And oh gosh, I don't remember what the number was. Hold on, let me scroll back. And if you guys don't know how Discord works, that's fine. Just join and we will help you through. It can be tricky looking at first, but it's once you get it, everybody there is so helpful. Don't worry. We'll get you all sorted and figured out. Let me read you these stats of cars and buildings. Let's take a side note. So far in 2025, we have had 67 cars run into buildings. Okay. In 2024, we had 226 cars run into buildings. In 23, 161. And in 22, 166. We don't know why. We don't know what it is. Do I live in a big city? Yes, but it's not like that. It's an Ohio big city. So like it's roomy. It's crazy. Anyway, I do give an update every time I see a car run into a building because it's something, that's for sure. Oh no, what happened? Where was I? Oh, yeah, well, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know. This has got to be a mistrial. I mean, and listen, mistrials are very rare. Like, I've never even seen one, I don't think, where it's actually happened in front of my eyes. So most of the time they're denied. But I'm surprised she didn't. Inquisitive says, I love being a part of this chat group, and we love having you here. We love finding new friends and getting to know one another, because I love getting to know people and their stories and all of that. What about Hank's comment about the bush? They can't make up their minds about where the injuries came from. The tail light, rocks, bushes, solo cups. He just keeps throwing his own witness's testimony out the window. And he keeps doing it constantly. It's crazy. He made some remarks when they were looking at Rescue Randy after he got hit by a car 29 miles an hour and had road rash all over him. And he asked Dr. Whoop, he was like, well, the mannequin is made of hard plastic and our skin is squishy. And he was basically implying that, like, there was this, that it was supposed to make things better, when it's like, yeah, if that's what the plastic mannequin looked like, we're gonna look worse. Look, our arms are gonna look a lot worse. And that is the biggest problem in your case, is the damage, lack thereof, damage the body, in my opinion, which is what Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Lapsoda is going to be talking about today. Because I think that's where we're all at here, is like, okay, but the body doesn't look how we know it should. You don't have to know physics. Okay. You thought it was going to be a short day today? Oh, geez. Who knows? I don't know. The week before, they gave us the whole schedule on Friday, and not a single part of any of that schedule was true. Over it. Let's see. They say Boston drivers are I don't know why. I don't know. But it brings me joy. Now, and the only reason it gets joy is because a lot of the people that are in these aren't injured. I'm not a heartless a-hole. A lot of them are not injured, and other people aren't injured. So it's not, are all the cars Tesla? No. But there was a couple years ago. I want to say it's probably 2023 numbers, where I don't even know how it even got as fast as it did, because of the way the road's set up. Like, I used to have to go there in that area every Wednesday. Anyway, it just keeps speeding up and runs right into, like, our convention center. Like, what? It was wild. I'll try to find it. If you join the Discord, I'll try to find it and I'll put it in there. It's nuts. I don't even know how it happened. That should not get the chance to retry this case. I'm going to be so mad if there's a trial 3. I'm going to be I can't believe there was a trial 1. Really can't believe there's a trial 2. If there's a trial 3, oh boy. Amos is marked safe from cars running into the building. I love that. You're going to be here soon in July. That's right, you guys. If you want to see cars run into buildings, July 19th, book a trip to Ohio. Well, we'll be in Columbus, Ohio, but the show is going to be in Marion, Ohio on July 19th. Terry and I are doing a show at the Blend of 7 wineries, where tickets are on sale now. And we've had quite a few people buy them, which is so wonderful and exciting. We're going to be talking about some local Columbus cases. That's weird. Sorry. I got a notification that popped up on my screen. Never mind. Anyway, so we're doing a show at Blend of 7 Winery, where we're covering the unsolved death of Joey LeBute, which is a case I had followed for many years. There's a lot of unanswered questions about it, and like, it all happened in an area of the city that I lived in and partied in. I went to the same bars. I mean, Elvie even worked at the restaurant. Like, so it's very close to me. And then we're also going to be talking about the missing case of Andy Chapman, another local that we want to draw attention to. So yay, Sue O is in court today. I love her reporting. I also love, who was the other? Jessica M. I don't remember her last name, right? She was the other one. Great reporting coming out of there. Oh, that's true. The mistrial you watched in Texas was with the actor about the gun movie meeting Alec Baldwin in the Rust trial. That is true. I forgot. That did. I have thoughts. I have thoughts about that. Um, that did, before it even got started, ended in a mistrial because of prosecution misconduct. Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. Hank is prosecuting like a defense attorney defense. He's hoping the jury won't notice or realize that they have to be precise in their case and will just accept that it could have happened many ways. Yeah, he's not doing a very impressive job, but I think he was kind of hired not to. Joe says, I really do think this is personal now on several levels. They hate Karen Reed. They clearly want to protect all the little McAlberts, and the court hates her defense team and want to crush KR. It's personal. I mean, yeah, and this could have literally been any of us. Anybody you know. Again, this isn't only just happening to Karen. And it's very frustrating. Imagine if she didn't have this defense team, she would already be in prison, would be my guess. So, good morning, Amy. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today, babe. Oh, she started wearing an Apple Watch. Interesting. I don't know how these people sit and hear all the stuff that happens in trials of data they can get, and they're like, yep, I'm still going to use all these smart devices. It's interesting. Oh, goodness. I'm slowly drinking my coffee today. Yes, they really hate a high-profile LA lawyer coming into the court and showing them up. And I don't think that's just this courthouse. Like, if you get a lawyer who's outside your county, they don't like that. It happens here a lot. They don't like when people come outside and try to, defend people in the court of law. They really take offense to it. It's super weird. But anywho, Hank thinks he's the predator over here. That might be a deep cut reference. When they keep showing, when Arca was doing the tail light to show how cold it was, I kept thinking about the predator the whole time. It's so funny. Oh, yeah. Well, we're in Memento. What is today? Day 30. Oh my goodness. All right.
All right. So I received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here? Okay, good. All right. So the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. LaPosada.
Hi, Jim.
Yes, those have been presented to the company.
All right. Can I just, are you all in agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, obviously we're not at this juncture until we're further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites.
Yep.
Claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information. We are going to bring in exactly what we indicated yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one from Lucas machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday is not happening.
All right. So I need to know, just for instructions to the jury, about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3. Yes.
That's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells, or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into? Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction. So I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence.
Okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
But it as
All right, they've already seen it, so it's less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. And then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
correct, that's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively, probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that. Does the Commonwealth?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So with that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct, I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I'd like to start, if I may, by marking 2 documents with court permission. One is Dr. Laposada's entire report, the second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CV.
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
Exhibits D, and exhibits E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper.
Preach.
After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposada's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposada had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. La Posada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. La Posada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question, did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. La Posada related to dog bites?
What page is that on?
On the transcript?
Yes.
Oh, my motion's back at the desk.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer. Well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan. Have you ever heard of a doctor named La Posada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
The colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. La Posada had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. La Posada related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. La Posada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. La Posada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. La Posada was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. La Posada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. La Posada on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is if Dr. La Posada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. La Posada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada and imply that Dr. La Posada had opinions about dog bite wounds. And then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. La Posada from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. La Posada about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. La Posada's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric Forensic Pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. La Posada on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11. The one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert. And that's exactly what Dr. La Posada testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. La Posada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. La Posada's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. La Posada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. La Posada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. La Posada. She denied it. And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. La Posada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. La Posada was voir dired briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis. And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
Just to clear up the record, two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I
argument.
quote his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in the previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. La Posada was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. La Posada to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand in this courtroom.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this and we'll get started right away with Dr. La Posada.
All right, the court, please.
All right. So I'm not going to allow Dr. Lapasada to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So,
Your I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think that a purity instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reasonably good science, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, and it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I look to have the cross-examiner, because if you're going to allow consistent opinion with the dog,
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson? Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jurors in and move forward with this. All right, Paul, I'm just going to.
All right, please.
You are unmuted.
Rise for the jury. Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kennedy, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I know we brought you in late, maybe should have brought you in a little bit later, but we've been working in an effort to sort of streamline things for you. So I do have those questions I have to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. All right, can we have Dr. Lapasada back, please?
Yeah.
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, Dr.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Lapasada. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. You see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoon-eyed discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please? I want to draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Can we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If in fact a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and it would go across the eyeball. It would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain, and the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation, and that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Okay.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I've just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of that document is next in order, subject to the appropriate redactions.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence.
May I have a roll, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the?
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic. And I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a close-up version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
And the arrows point to that on there.
So this is going to be the next exhibit,
That'll be it.
exhibit 225, Mark.
Thank you.
This is-
The other one will be for identification, the
Thank-
first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID.
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walt? Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed. And that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
Could
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point
Ooh.
to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled, with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood being looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation, because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well. Right. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. La Posada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it in forming your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks. And then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern? And there's two things we're looking at: the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah. So what this injury tells me, or what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Lapasada. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did
Yes.
you see the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you, what did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing. There was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard. The dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more. And then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate,
Along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Mhm. Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm sorry, may I approach you?
Yep, show Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
So 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up, and we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach. And there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
By the way, I have caught none of what's happened since Jackson went to argue about her being able to testify to dog bites. So if you want to fill me in, chat, of what I missed, I greatly would appreciate it. It would be very, very helpful. And so I'm going to be a little transparent with you guys. There is a family emergency that's kind of happening. And so I may be in and out today, or I may just have to step away completely today. And I hope you all will understand that. If so, we'll direct you somewhere else. But I'm just going to kind of try my best and we'll see. So, okay. Actually, I got to go.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa. Did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions. And the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine. And it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back. And so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so. And it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area of
Yes.
the body, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
Hey guys, good morning. How about this? Y'all get me makeup free, almost straight out of bed, but I wanted to jump on and help real quick while Llama handles her stuff. And we are just going to keep our fingers crossed that Stony stays behaving so that I don't go back into major pain and have to
Two
crawl back
documents
into
that I'd
bed.
like to show you. First,
Yes.
that document, and then after you're finished familiarizing yourself, first one and then the second one.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction.
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
Okay. All right, so would you hand
Oh,
that to?
sure, thank you.
Exhibit 227.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll
Okay.
enlarge it as you need.
Okay.
It's not an eye test.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the
Yeah.
document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the middle?
Okay, so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, Doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown
Okay.
person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average, the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page of the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine. And it's a cross section So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus. And then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that, I don't know if that's working on there, the little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head, that's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that that's, I can't really see where that, I think it stopped.
Mayor Courtroom?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only, hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down.
That looks brutal.
Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that.
Oh.
Exhibit 228.
Glad you have clear
Permission
skies.
to display briefly.
Okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that the Lucas machine, where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe. And it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 a.m, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
What is that opinion?
he died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. LaPosada, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just in
Correct.
general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes,
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustain.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, oh yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. You can take that down.
Agree, Kathy.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
Well, I'm going to have to admit, I had just logged on. So I have no idea what has happened this morning, but I am assuming it's been okay. If there's any drama that I need to know about, please tell me in the chat so I can figure out what is going on. I don't like you, Paul. Sorry. Yeah, I need to finish coffee and maybe get food, or y'all are going to get a really spicy Terry today because I'm not in pain right now, but I just realized I did take pain meds at 5 this morning. So that could be why. So we're just going to all agree right now to never mention how bad I look or any crazy things that I say while we're live today. Okay. Bev told AJ, okay, not to use dog bites. What the fudgesicles? She's the expert. She gets to call them what she wants to call them. They're animal bites. Oh, can she call them Scrappy Doo bites? Would that work? Maybe. Scrappy Doo? That would work for me. Ooh, I like Karen's outfit today. Well, Dave, Bev, I really had hoped when I passed her on Sunday that she would just go away. She hasn't. She hasn't.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Only
You
as allowed.
indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct? His right arm, I should say. were
Don't know what
pre-mortem,
that
not
is.
post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, well, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely. Not.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
You've supervised many times more that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
Now, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
Sustained.
What are some of the injuries that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to sidebar.
Hey guys, sorry, I jumped off real quick. You probably saw it flash a little bit. Everybody be a little concerned. I am now controlling things on the back end. If you're new here, probably means nothing to you. If you've been around True Crime and Wine Time for a while, you'll know this is not my strong suit, but I love being out of the box and doing new things. Okay. So hopefully this is all going to work and that y'all will be able to hear things when we need to be able to hear things. Okay. But thank you guys for telling me Lady in Gray. I'm sure Captain's in the background going, oh God, do not let Terry do this. She's going to be saying, don't. So, just to let y'all know, Llama is taking care of the family. I told her not to worry. We've got this. Worst case, if Hank starts messing with my uterus too bad, worst case, I can do this from bed. It's a great thing about being married to an audiovisual guy. I got a full setup in bed, perfect pink little thing to sit on. I got it all. It even has a little fan on my desk, microphone connects. We're all good. Okay. Now, okay, I just saw someone said, Beth looks me up, Tanya Harding. Okay, guys, I said that the other day. Uh-oh. Can y'all hear that? Can somebody tell me yes, y'all can hear that since this is my first time playing audio? Can y'all hear it? Okay, thank goodness. Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up
Okay.
as best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, Doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX570.
Objection.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think of.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see you at sidebar.
And guys, just so y'all know, I cannot comment as Terry True Crime while doing this setup. So if I comment, it's going to say True Crime and Wine Time. I just like to preface it because sometimes I do say spicy things. That is not the opinion of everyone on the channel. That is only my opinion. Okay. I don't want y'all to think if I put something spicy, that's coming from Llama, Amy, Buffy, or anybody. Okay. Just letting y'all know. Yeah, I don't get it why she is being that way about the whole dog thing. I wish I would have woken up a little earlier and saw that so I would know. So Suo says many jurors went from attentive to what appears to me as frustrated based on their faces and body language. I would agree. I mean, Linda, not in Judge Bev's court, you have to call them animal bites because we can't point it to Chloe, can we? I mean, that's just, an animal bite could be anything. It could be a bear. Some people I've heard call snake bites, animal bites, spiders. Cat. For those of you that have been around True Crime and Wine Time for a while, a year ago, I got bit by my mother-in-law's cat when we were moving her in with us, and I got cat scratch fever. Why can't we just say a cat bite? Okay. Exactly. It could be a, I can never say this, chupacabra. We're just going to act like I said that perfect. Okay. Ferrets, it could be ferrets, but I don't know. We had a ferret, Roxy. She was the greatest. And let me just tell you, our ferret did not bite. In fact, her and our little dog were best friends. So why, somebody help me explain that why can't we call it a canine? They're not calling it a Chloe bite. A dog bite could be, there could have been a pack of, what are they called? Dogs that are just running the streets, homeless dogs. I know they're called something else, but strays. They could be strays. Okay. So I don't get why they can't. Well, Angie, because Bev, I'm sorry, I'm like that little kid, but why? Okay, but why? Bev says she is not qualified. Oh, she's not qualified to call it. Okay. That is very interesting to me. That is very interesting to me because she is more than qualified. More than qualified. Oh, I need to reach out or I need to go look. I had sent a message to a guy that I found on LinkedIn that knows somebody that I know that is an MD and a DVM, just get their thought to see. Yeah, it could be a snake bite. I got bit by a snake. I guess it's been about a month and a half ago. I mean, it was just a little bitty one, but should I just say it's an animal bite? Because I am not qualified to tell you it was a snake, I guess. I mean, maybe it's because my ex-husband is a vet and I was a vet tech and worked at the clinic with him. Maybe that's why I feel I'm qualified to say it's a dog bite. But everyone I have showed that picture to of that arm has said it's a dog bite. Oh, let's
May I,
not.
Your Honor?
Yes.
In your
Shame the
report,
sugar.
Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs,
taken to the hospital, yes.
okay, and autopsy photographs,
Yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes, usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
Hey guys, why don't we show Llama our love so when she does the rewatch, she will see nothing but purple hearts. Let's just fill the chat with purple hearts for the one and only amazing Llama. Send her our love.
That may have just one, Your Honor.
Thank you, Angie. For the prosecution by Beth tell me they're hiding evidence. That's my view as a juror because telling me what actually happened, expert opinion is evidence. I agree.
May I approach?
Okay.
Oh, Brendan, sit down. I can't do you right now. Okay. No. Oh my gosh, here we go again. But yeah, let's fill it with purple hearts. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't understand why she is saying she's not qualified to call it a dog bite. I mean, if I remember correctly yesterday, she had done 50 autopsies herself that had dog bites. May not have been the cause of death, but 50 dog bites. And I think also like she supervised 75, I think is what she said. If that doesn't make you qualified, what do you need to be qualified? Well, I mean, I need someone to, I am ashamed of a judge doing this. Okay. This, Lady Justice is supposed to be there and there's, the balance, innocent, not innocent kind of thing. But nowhere did you know that there was going to be a judge that is, in my opinion, let me state that, she is preventing justice from happening. Oh, Buffy, is that a challenge? Because I will do that. In fact, I'm going to add that to my to-do list for when the trial's over so that I can have all of my points ready. Okay? I'm going to put email Bev about being in HR. I am going to send her from HR's point of view every way that I feel that she violated policies, procedures, all of it. So thank you for giving that to me, okay?
Recess.
Hey, Bells. That is a joke in itself, Savage. I mean, I do wonder if Burgess is ever going to go and be an expert witness anywhere because after he had the floor wiped up with him, I don't know why I don't see him wanting to go volunteer to be an expert witness again. Okay. She doesn't even have a soul patch. I know. She's not argumentative. Her resume was authentic.
May be seated.
Dr. Lapasada, you can step out, okay?
Oh,
All right, I did receive another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that. All right, work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come out before the jury.
All rise to the court, please.
what? Then what? Bev, then why even do that? Why even? I'm not reading this right now. No, I will do that. Do the charge. Just work it out. Bev, that is your job. Okay. When I send my letter to her, I think I also am going to have to put Angie, since you are the queen of research, if you could find me a job description for a judge in the Commonwealth, I would love to have that in any protocols, oath they take. I'm going to need that for my email so that I can fill out and point out all of the ways, in my opinion, that she failed in her job so that I can put her on a performance improvement plan called a PIP. Because, guys, Bev is doing Karen Reed and all of the citizens there an injustice, in my opinion. Karen is not getting a fair trial. Okay. She is not getting a fair trial. And that is the whole point. I mean, it's not like Bev is a referee for a football game. Okay. Football game, things happen really fast. They can make bad calls. She has the paperwork. Oh, I should probably just stop before I go into one of my rants. And I promised Llama I would never do that on her show without permission. So, yeah. So glad I'm not the only one that thinks it's not fair. Yeah. I mean, that. So just because they're appointed, you can't tell me that they do not have, that they can't be, I don't know, impeached. I don't know what the word would be for doing it, but there's got to be some way she can be held accountable, because if you cannot hold a judge accountable, how do we know they're not taking bribes on the back end? There's got to be a code of conduct for them. There's got to be. Defense motion for creative instructions, Exhibit 88, an introduction to evidence of exhibits added to Discord. Thank you, Angie. And yes, if you want to hang out with your people, a lot of the people that are here in the chat are over on the Discord channel. Guys, even this person who's not great with technology, this old lady, figured out Discord. They were so patient with me and helped walk me through how to do things. And besides the fact that Discord does some crazy things every now and then, it has been really, really good. Oh, judgeships are granted via political favors. Well, that doesn't sound very justicey to me. I mean, so is it like a popularity contest? So you like this politician, so they put you in? Wow. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I still believe judges at a certain level should be elected. I agree, Amy Beth. You said, I can't believe she was allowed to be the judge in this case with her connections to the Alberts and McCabe's. I agree. But then it also makes me wonder, maybe because it's such a small area, maybe she had the least amount of connections to the Alberts and the McCabe's. Maybe. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe she was the lesser of the connections and things. Or if they all had connections, why didn't they they brought in a special prosecutor. He's not so special in my opinion, but couldn't they have brought in a special judge? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I will say there's a lot of things about the justice system that I don't really understand, because a lot of it isn't just common sense. And I'm starting to learn that common sense doesn't really matter to a lot of people. Okay? Doesn't matter to a lot of people. Now, I'm going to attempt to pull down, see, I don't have to watch the fan spin around, and I'm going to attempt to make myself, I'm not sure I needed to see myself that close. Oh, wow. Guys, wow. Okay, we're not going to focus on that. So, does anybody think the defense is going to rest today? I don't see how. It's what, 11:21 there? I don't see how they can possibly rest today. I think they were being overly optimistic, I guess, because I don't see it. I don't see it happening today. And I just now noticed I'm wearing black on camera. I try not to wear black on camera too often. So, yeah, I knew Hank was appointed as the lead prosecutor by Morrissey, and that also connects Bev and their biased colleagues. I agree. I agree. I mean, this kind of reminds me of mob stuff. And when I say mob stuff, I'm meaning that or I guess in the South, we call it the good old boy system, the handshake. Oh, you do this for me, I'll do that for you. You do this for me, I'll do that for you. I, I, I have a feeling that's the way things work there. We're looking at places, we're reaching out to additional places about doing live shows. And I have a list of a couple of places to reach out to in Boston and in Canton. And I got to thinking, if they go and look up our YouTube channel before they decide if they want to pay to bring us there, I figure they're going to look at it one time and go, yep, they are not welcome here because they think that we're crooked. I, for some reason, feel like we wouldn't get a lot of love. Okay. Kind of like us trying to do one in Vegas after we had the author on about the concierge book. The Vegas casinos did not want to touch us. Okay. Did not. Brenda would never be associated with mob stuff. Well, I mean, I think we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that is not a true statement, right? Definitely not a true statement. But guys, I've said this before, and I know Llama has said it. Besides just Karen, that the O'Keefe family is not getting justice. This is corrupt. It is not being done right. And guys, I think it's going to land up in a mistrial. I think they're going to go for number 3. I do not see the Commonwealth stepping down. I think they will try to find another special prosecutor, or Lord help us, they bring Lally back into it. Let's hope not. Shunka? I wonder if Brennan named any of his kids after Willie Parker. Dave, I hear in everything I've seen online that Peggy sides with the Commonwealth. She didn't apparently like Karen to begin with. And that is the thing right there, Kathy. They want Karen Reed to be guilty so that the real killers get away with it. I mean, I kind of miss Lally too after Hank, but can we not have either one of them? Okay. Can we maybe get a new special prosecutor? I mean, could they? I think with what it's cost them, they need to walk away. They need to walk away. Amy Beth, I know, I can't believe the number of people saying they would miss, Lowley. Agreed. He wasn't overtly slimy, but I think if they go for this a third time, they need to get a new judge and a new prosecutor. That's my opinion. That is the only way there's going to be a fair trial and that the O'Keefe family will get justice. Because at the end of the day, guys, the main thing here is that the O'Keefe family and John O'Keefe get justice. Okay. It's not about convicting a certain person. It is about justice for the family. Unfortunately, in this situation, they are basically doing an injustice to the O'Keefe family and to Karen Reed. The fact that they are trying to put a potentially innocent woman in prison for the rest of her life, she needs justice too. Now, I know there's a lot of people who think Karen did it. My whole thing is, if she did do it, the investigation has been so shoddy, so backwards. There's so much reasonable doubt. If she did do it, she should get away with it because they haven't proven to me she did it, and they have done such a shady job. I mean, that's you haven't proven it to me. And some people see, Savage Cashew, they haven't proven, they still have to prove it. And they haven't proven it to me. What they've proven to me, this is if you are part of the in crowd, the police officers, that group, that in Canton, they are going to try to prosecute somebody else. Okay. I agree, Lady in Gray, the government has the burden to prove it. In my opinion, they haven't proven it. And that's why the couple of times I've logged back into X and I see the number of people that say that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen did it. I just want to sit there and say, I want you to explain to me very simply what you think they've proven, because I don't see it. I know everybody comes into trials with a difference of opinion, different life experiences. But I mean, I'll be honest, guys, before trial one, I thought she was guilty. I was like, oh, this girl's going down. And then I was able to watch several days of the trial and I was like, whoa, wait a minute, wait a minute. And then now where we are today, I have not been proven. Okay. They have not proven to me that she did it. Okay. I mean, I know the defense couldn't do this, but I think if this wasn't somebody going up for their life, I would have been like the defense. I would have been like, you know what? They didn't prove shit. We're not putting on a defense. I know you can't do that here, but agree, Buffy. Hank just wants a conviction. Ooh, something just popped in my head. Do you think they're paying him a certain hourly rate or whatever they agreed to for this? But if he gets a conviction, does he get a bonus? Does that happen in that world? Because I'm just thinking, like, when you bring in a turnaround guy in a corporate setting, if they're able to turn it around, they get an extra bonus, kind of like football players. If you make it to the Super Bowl and you win, you get an extra bonus. So I wonder does Bev get a bonus too, do you think? No, Bev couldn't, because that would be bribery. Yeah. Hank doesn't want to wear concrete shoes. I also am extremely curious, and I'm going to go down some rabbit holes maybe over the weekend, why Hank did not get a dressing down by the judge. I've seen it before. I cannot believe, not in front of the jury, obviously, but the fact that Bev did not take Hank to the carpet for what he did with the shirt in those holes. I can't believe she didn't. Okay. I hope she did, because he needed to, even if it was a mistake. Now, I do appreciate that I will tell you, I was shocked when he stood up there and admitted that he made a mistake. I about fell over. I'm sure my facial expression showed it all, but I did give him a little bit of credit for that. But I also think it was such a blatant thing. He had no choice but to own it. That's like when you catch your kid with chocolate all over their hand, they can't say they didn't eat the chocolate. Okay. So Jim, you also thought she was guilty, but after exactly, so much reasonable doubt. And guys, if you're wondering why I'm reading out the comments, I don't think Llama reads them out completely. I know sometimes I just listen and I can't read the comments, and it's always helpful to know what they're talking about. So Simone says, for the same reason they paid Aperture $40K to lie on the stand and then Welcher and Burgess get caught, so they don't have to pay them. I mean, so Kathy, you don't think it was a mistake. So I haven't decided if it was a mistake or not, because part of me thinks Hank hopefully wouldn't intentionally do that, and that maybe there's just so much going on. I think to the Chase Lackey stuff that we've worked on for the podcast, that I've misspoke on some things because I have read. So, I mean, we have 4 binders of information. I've interviewed, I think it's over 25 people. Sometimes it all gets a little combobulated. So that's why I thought maybe it was a mistake, just maybe so much going on in his mind. But then on the other hand, I think, no, he tried to get away with something. But then I again think, no way he would try to get away with that with Alessi and Jackson. He knows they would have caught it. Because I would think, isn't that something he could be brought up with the law board for? I would think if he did that intentionally, and if they have any sliver of proof that he did that intentionally, couldn't he be written up? Couldn't that go to the board? Okay. So Lady and Gray agree. Lally and McLaughlin knew, even if Brennan didn't. But shouldn't they have stopped him? No. Uh-oh. Linda 4, okay, sis. But for the grace of God, there you go. You and I in front of a corrupt court that can haul you endlessly. I know. I told Double H, and I think I said this before, if this was to have happened to me or to probably 95% of the people I know, we would not have had the funds to fight this. And I honestly don't, I mean, as a single professional woman, luckily she didn't have kids. So she probably had more in savings, maybe had some stock. Karen had to sell everything she owned to be able to hire this defense team. The fact that they agreed to do it pro bono the second time tells you they really believe in her. And I don't know if they can do that a third time though, because while they're doing this for her, their firm's not making money because they're not working on other cases. So I just know, I don't know if anybody else feels this way. I don't think Karen can afford a third trial. I wouldn't have been able to afford a first trial. Now, I will say I did donate money to her fund, her legal fund. That is not something I had ever done before, but I felt I had to this time because I think it's getting close to 1 million, but guess what? 1 million, that is not even a drop in the bucket. So even if the attorneys are doing this pro bono, they have to pay for the expert witnesses. I mean, it's a big deal. Now, guys, I'm going to ask all of you, if I find myself on trial for something and I say I didn't do it, please somebody start a GoFundMe, a crowdfund some money, because Double H, unless it's him I killed, would look at me and say, girl, you're on your own. We are not going into debt to get you out of trouble, is what, you know, the defense still believes in what's right. Unfortunately, this is where we are. Agreed. Agreed. And I'm glad. I mean, I will say, to me, it says a lot about Yannetti, Alessi, and Jackson. The fact that they're doing this, pro bono tells me they are good people. I don't know what firms they work for. Are they partners? I'm assuming they're partners, but this is a lot. See, Shunk of Bacon. Yep. I always told my kids, do not call me from jail. Okay. Do not. I'm going to just hang up the phone. My parents told us the same thing. Now, I will say the police called me one time for my older son, Jeff, when we lived in Vegas. He got caught being out after curfew. The reason I answered the phone, they didn't call me from jail. The police officer called me and said, hey, you need to come get your son. He is out after curfew. He is wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajama pants, a t-shirt, flip-flops, and he has a box and a shovel. His parakeet died and he didn't want it to stay in his room all night dead. So he decided to walk down the street outside of our gated neighborhood to the park and he was going to bury his dead parakeet. So just imagine in Vegas, a teenager, I want to say he was 17 at the time, out carrying a box that they're trying to bury. That police officer, he was like, I just didn't know what to say. He goes, when he showed us the bird, we were like, oh, wow, but you're still out after curfew. Okay, Dave, thank you for making sure I have commissary, but how about we get me a decent legal team so that I don't even have to go to jail? Okay. I'm going to just tell y'all, I would not do, unless they put me in solitary confinement and give me tons of books, I would go absolutely insane. Because I could go by without being with a lot of people. Okay. Oh, Simone, if I was AJ, I would flat out ask Bev if she's really about justice or she just targeting individuals for trial. Please, I wasn't born yesterday. I think he would get in trouble if he did that, because I believe that would go against the attorney's code of conduct because they're not supposed to be disrespectful to the judge or the court. I couldn't be a judge because I would forget to ask permission. Judge, Your Honor, may I approach? I would forget. I would be in so much trouble. Oh, Shunka. Oh, you've been in solitary. I wouldn't want to go there. Okay, I will trust you. I will trust you. But I mean, you're probably right. But if it was being out in a yard with a bunch of people that would beat me up because I probably am not a person people in prison would like. Okay. I'm going to tell you, they would beat me up and I don't want to become someone's bitch. Okay. Let me just be honest. I don't. I don't. Dave, you wouldn't even make it a day as a Walmart greeter. Now, I could be a Walmart greeter. I would love to say hello to everybody. I would love that. The one thing you don't want me doing is being a waitress. I was a waitress. I made it through training. Day one on the job without my trainer, I wound up getting fired. And the reason I got fired, a table that was not mine had an elderly man. Okay, I say elderly, was probably in his 60s, but guys, I was 21. He snapped his fingers at me. Wasn't my customer, snapped his fingers at me and said, "Hey, get me some tea." Excuse me. So I snapped back at him and I said, "Hey, picture's over there. Get it yourself." I got fired for that. Can you believe that? I got fired for that. So when you're in solitary, you get nothing but your legal mail, toiletries, clothes, and linen. You don't get books. You don't get books. Why can't you get books? So Simone, when a judge is doing an injustice, they do it to themselves and it fans out from there. I agree. I agree. Now, I don't know this, but after this trial's over, say there's not a mistrial, whatever happens, are the attorneys allowed to file anything against the judge to try to hold them in contempt or to show that they were biased? Is there anything like that? Cindy, I will never waitress again, obviously. And what I find so funny about that is everyone says I'm a great hostess. I love to take care of everybody. If the gentleman would have like tapped me on the shoulder or said, "Ma'am, can you get me some tea?" I would have said, "Sure, honey, let me get it for you." "Sure, sweetie." I would have said something like that and I would have gotten it for him. But you don't snap at me. You do not snap at me. Okay. Amy Beth, I want to know what the jurors are thinking. And I am really hoping these jurors talk afterwards. Even if they do it anonymously, I know I've seen on Dateline and I think on 2020 where they've had their voice disguised. We can now offer them that if they want to come on and talk with me or Llama. I bought that thing where we can change their voices. I would love because I want to know what they really think. And I hope the attorneys talk to them too to find out what they could have done better. I loved that after being a juror and they asked, what could we have done different? Did you think we were being overly aggressive? Do you think we weren't? being aggressive enough. Dave McGuire says, I agree. You snap your fingers at me and you will have to learn to pick your nose. Exactly. I found it very rude. Now, being a waitress, I shouldn't have said what I said. Age, gives you a little bit more knowledge. Hi, Sammy Sunshine. Yes, Bev is still being Bev. Okay, still being Bev. But I do hope at least one or two of the jurors will talk. And I can get why they would want to do it anonymously, especially if they find her not guilty or if they convict her. Either way, their lives are going to be a bit of trouble. Some of people know they were on the jury. That's why they would need to do it anonymously to protect themselves. I am not a fan of people bullying people. I'm not even okay with people going after Jen McCabe's family. Okay. I don't approve of that. I don't approve of that. But I think the jury would get a lot of stuff. But I would love it if they would talk to us. So anybody that lives in that area, if you find out who any of the judges are, let me know. We could track them down and see if they would be willing to come on anonymously. Okay. We will change their voice. Llama's not here, so I can say that we will do that. Yes, they're still on a break. I'm still watching the fan. Still watching the fan. I think Bev needed to go to the bathroom. She looked a little constipated today. She's definitely got something up her butt. Maybe she'll go poop out a corn on the cob and get over it. So, guys, please be sure to like this video if you haven't. It helps with this algorithm thing that I will tell you, me and Llama do not understand. It is the wonderful and fabulous Buffy that tries to get us to understand the algorithm, and we just shake our head and say, yes, yes. Okay. Whatever, Buffy, yes. So, okay. Every time you hit like, a llama earns its gavel, do the right thing. Oh, okay. That was absolutely cute, Nightbot. But yeah, anybody think that they're gonna rest tomorrow? I still have so many questions that I agree, Angie. Buffy is the bomb. She's also a bombshell knockout. I mean, I will be honest, I'm a little intimidated to come on when she's on because she always looks on fire. I think she wakes up looking on fire. But then again, she is a Demi Moore doppelganger. She definitely. Buffy is here. Yes, Buffy, I'm talking about you. But yes, I'm very intimidated to come on when it's Buffy. I am. Now, okay, looks like we are coming back. There we go.
Counsel, why don't I see while the jury's coming in?
Cindy, you're very sweet to say that, but I am not one of those people who thinks you have to wake up looking fabulous. Okay. It's what it is. Okay. I wake up looking like this. It's just the way it is. That is why God created, or whoever created, products that help us look our best. Okay. Dave's like, Timmy, look at Turtle Boy there. All okay. That guy in the blue kind of looked like Patrick Dempsey. Go back up. Go back up. I need to see that. Yeah, guys, and maybe somebody knows. Do we know why Peggy and her children are estranged? It looks like her and Paul are still estranged. And I'm not shaming Peggy for that because I'm estranged from my youngest. And it happens, especially if you have children that deal with mental health issues. But does anybody know why they're estranged? Because I would think the death of your brother or of your child would bring a family closer if you were estranged. I mean, I I I kind of got that in that she didn't seem warm and fuzzy. I mean, but that was just me, and I try really hard not to make those preconceived notions. But I even have this to say, like, my brother and I aren't estranged. We just choose not to have a relationship because we are opposites. He's in law enforcement. He thinks I'm crazy that I cover legal stuff. But after my mom passed, it just happened. But guys, I have to tell you, if something happened to him, I would be there for my sister-in-law, who she can't stand me, but I would be there and say, "What do you need?" I would still be there. It wouldn't mean that would be lifelong friends, but as family, you do that, in my opinion. Lisa Lee says maybe they all have alcohol issues. Girl, I think everybody in Canton has, alcohol issues. We all know I believe in wine time. Okay. But just because you have one glass of wine with dinner doesn't make you have an alcohol problem. But if you were going and drinking 6, 7, and you do it continually, that could be a problem. Okay. So P. Lola's mom says, thought it was because of mom raising the kids now. My understanding, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, they were already estranged because John was estranged from his mom, and so was Paul. So it happened before. So I don't know why. And I'm just nosy.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Bev, let's see what more problems you can cause now.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all three of them marked for identification.
Okay, and we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
Just please.
Do you see any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
Go
The
to the microphone.
x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage? Hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays?
Oh,
To make a
absolutely.
determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, as part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
Do you have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes,
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
no bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
How he did
Yes.
not have broken
Did you
parts.
notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes,
Did you note any defects in the bone structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those 3 x-rays, the hand,
Same, Buffy,
forearm,
same.
the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review, or your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Examination.
Oh, boy, Brennan. How are you going to make yourself look like a fool today? Come on.
Good afternoon, Dr. LaPosada.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
That's okay.
doctor.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand. You had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he
Yes.
suffered from,
Yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed, it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I love this woman even more.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. LaPosada.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question. Feel free to take it, but I want to.
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
So, Dr. LaPosada, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
Are you talking to me, Lady in Gray?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
I know, Lady in Gray.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure,
MRIs.
yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain,
Well, they might.
subdermal hemorrhages,
Subdural hemorrhages.
Subdural.
Yes, they can.
herniations?
You
They
go.
can.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake
To do what?
to try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury?
I'm going to allow it because of prior history.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
And a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists, and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month, we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist that's dealing with a person's brains after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously, yes.
And so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, it is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever run any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and died of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup counter coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury. Isn't that fair to say?
It depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup counter coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show. Have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depen-
you,
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
please. Did you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the and the progression of the brain stem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment,
please.
ask the question, Mr. Brennan.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective criteria do you have to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
You
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
Hank,
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled, and there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells, except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis,
Yes.
and that's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the skull, by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries.
So
It starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
It's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes,
You see a linear abrasion?
yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean every wound is different?
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different, every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound, from your perspective, can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say 2 people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
I would.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
Okay. And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions,
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of it?
Well, it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay. Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those, but in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
Well, when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
They're both.
Really?
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up, please? Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
I what?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yeah, yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better.
Please.
When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
They can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No,
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
no, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle. So whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
Hank, you should just give up. Wow. Wow. I don't know what Hank is trying to get at here, guys, but he just got a very educated, experienced forensic pathologist to say she was not hit by a car or he was not hit by a car. I don't think that's what Hank wanted her to say. I agree. She owns him now. I mean, Hank has not had a good week in court this week. He just hasn't. He just hasn't. Wow. Now, I want to know why he's wanting to sidebar. What I agree. He looks like a complete D right now. He does. I mean, she is an excellent witness. I mean, she's got just enough little snark that I like, but she doesn't do it to the point that it makes her look confrontational like a lot of the Commonwealth's witnesses. She's got just enough, okay? Just enough. Um, yeah, and I love her snark. She is perfect. I I really like her. She is an amazing witness. I I think she's great. Um, and I love that she kind of takes him down a peg in a classy way. And I'm here for that. I am here for that. She's there for the facts. And I don't think he was prepared for that. I think he thought that he could trip her up. She is feisty, isn't she, Amy Beth? Would she not be great to sit around and have drinks with and just chat with? I mean, we could even just do some Arnold Palmer's, just some lemonade tea mix, because agree, Simone, she's got a real backbone. I agree, Nikki. I think he's holding back. He doesn't want to look any worse than he already is looking. Um, he cannot trip her up. She's confident. You could tell she prepared to be on the stand. Um, I think she prepared, and I like that about her. And she, yeah, I like her a lot. Um, Tequila shots with her? I don't know. I try to stay away from tequila. It makes my clothes fall off. Yeah, 40 plus years of experience. Um, I mean, Hank, why are you even trying? I get it is your job to try to trip her up, but when does it set in that you say, okay, I can't? Maybe I should just sit down and shut up. Turtle Boy, Elizabeth Little looked at the other attorneys and they all had huge smiles, 2 out of 2. Oh, I'm sure they did. But guys, I hate when they show me Peggy O'Keefe because it just makes me go back to the fact she's having to sit there, go through this a second time. And yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, this doctor is a great witness. I think she should consider putting herself out there as a expert witness in more court cases. Kind of like the Dr. Bodden, I think is his name, who you see him everywhere. I like her better. I think she is very intelligent, very knowledgeable. She's confident, not cocky, little bit of snark, but not to the point that it makes her look confrontational or disrespectful. Um, she's good. I agree with you, Jim. If her testimony doesn't create reasonable doubt, I agree. And then we also got Sergeant Barras. If you didn't have reasonable doubt before, and the one thing I do like, she's more towards the end of the trial. They have forgotten so much stuff from the beginning. Even I have. I mean, I've had to go back and rewatch some stuff to take notes. So she's
All right, so jurors, rather than keep you here while we do things, I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we will go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do now.
50 minutes to an hour. So that means what, an hour and 10, hour and 15?
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I think they've got something to talk about. So we're going to see. Lady in Gray, I think they look defeated, and I think they're also exhausted. I think the mental strain on that entire family, Karen and her families, all of it's unnecessary. We are just re-traumatizing all of these people, and I'm not okay with that. Not okay with that. Not okay with that. Court reporter's not as brightly dressed today.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
We know Bev's going to say yes.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Lapasada's credentials, including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. We have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled the history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Lapasada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Lapasada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. Lapasada resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. Lapasada had a heroic effort, and in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub incident. She was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in on a more extreme scale. She testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. Lapasada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. Lapasada for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticism she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the credibility, adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Mr. Brennan said that
Come on, handsome.
the audit established that As the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion, ever, that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attendant to the autopsies it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. LaPosada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report. Hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, etc., found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. LaPosada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the Station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it, based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right, and I don't know anything about the Patino case, and what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. LaPosada personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day, and she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination.
Yeah, that's interesting, Amy Beth.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Lapasada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization which he likes to do for the public. But the reality is I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it would be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing the qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first two, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on
course you are.
the testimony already in evidence. Those two areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those two will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay?
He has a copy.
Okay, so, all right.
The only other thing, I don't know if you want to hand it now or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the 3.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
Sure.
I think she can handle her own with Hank. I'm going to say hit her with your best shot, Hank. It would shock
Can we
me
mark
if
them
he
all
was.
as one ABC?
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just 3. They're all
Mr. Jackson, if you can I just read everything?
Of course.
It would shock me if he's able to ruffle her, to be honest. And I agree. I don't think using the word rehabilitated was the correct
ID,
word there.
yeah.
But, it's just a word, right?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Just to mark them.
Yeah,
Show me that one again.
I found it interesting that Brennan tried to say that Jackson made a play on words, that he had hired her. Then he tried to say, I haven't hired her, but I've used her, and I'm not going to tell why I don't use her anymore. So did he get her services free? And so he can say, I don't know. I don't trust Hank. And it is not her first rodeo. And if she's worked with Hank before, she knows what type of slim shady guy he is. I think she's going to be ready for it. I bet you she knew he was going to do this. She seems to think 2 steps ahead. And of course, we know Bev's going to let everything in that the Commonwealth asked for because it's just Bev. Yeah. I hope so. Oh, I hope so. Savage Cashew, I hope she tells us why.
H, quadruple H, and I, blue I.
All right.
I hope so.
All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right. And what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Lapasada?
it's not part of her report or opinion. She's gone beyond her report, talking about the fact that she's studied x-rays and given an opinion.
Can't hear
I think that suffices. It really, I think, is beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it. Stipulate these, I'm sure Dr. Wentz will utilize them with the stipulation.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
I expected that I could because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the
Talk in the microphone.
interview of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Richler's
testimony that I want to use them with Dr. Llama. She's a medical doctor.
Would you-
Consider them for purposes of her opinion. I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the x-rays that you reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's
Okay,
it.
okay. So go ahead.
If that's all he's gonna ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, you see the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier? Yes. This is the right hand? Yes. That's the arm, forearm? Yes. That's the upper arm.
All right, so they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in.
Thank you.
All right, so the last thing is Dr. Rentschler, I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint, so I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
I'm so over Bev. I'm just so over her, guys. Hank's causing me a little bit of discomfort
We
right now.
received the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other
All right,
witnesses.
so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
I agree.
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6.
I also don't like the prosecution.
So what I
is
have are
so
just
close to the judge.
photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism, I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are regarding these.
I'm sorry. Yep.
I
Please.
didn't want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just wanted to let the board know we're talking about out now. We went through, based on Mr. Brennan's objections last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that you had a problem with, there were a couple that we disagreed with. We left.
Speak out, honey.
Very rare.
I see that a lot of the hearsay's been removed.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I can identify those in the report, the ones that were changed.
All right,
It may streamline this.
so what do you both, I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
He objects that he's
I have a most
losing.
recent copy of the report now. So 9 through 27,
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not consider or count that there could be multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on. Okay, so which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
1 is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position to draw that opinion.
And is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No,
Yeah, let's not-
on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case, Dr. Rentschler or no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right,
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasions and compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones, although unnecessary. It doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that. The next one,
so you could live with what?
number 9.
Okay.
Number 23.
Yes, Captain.
Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or, I think, compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else.
Oh,
Seems to
be
an
careful.
opinion,
Don't say that
and
out
I'm not
loud.
sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this
No.
slide?
No.
Was Rentschler in the first trial? Does anybody know?
Okay.
31 posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33,
I'm excited then.
again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate.
You're inappropriate.
34,
You're inappropriate.
I think if one said that that's what he did, I, Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move, I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving a opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34. And number 3, I don't have a problem with. The next one is 46.
His voice just, it's like nails on a chalkboard to me. It's just.
Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Renshaw to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success. Number 1 and 2, I think, are inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4. Page, slide 54. Again, number 1 gets into his opinions. Number 2, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a medical opinion.
Isn't he supposed to be giving his opinion?
And number 3, it's, again, self-endorsement on his own opinions. So all these are opinions either bolstering himself or somebody else's work. I don't think it should be in a slide. 55.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide.
If he's going to say
Same
it,
with
what's it matter if
56.
it's on a slide? Get it.
I don't know that he has the basis for number 1. Number 2, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number 3, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper too. Not. Slide 58. I don't know what the basis for number 1 is. I suppose we'll have to see.
I suppose you'll have to see. Oh, Lady in Gray, that makes sense.
If these are Dr. Renshaw's views, I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3. And number 4 is ultimately an opinion that he's self-endorsing. 66. Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide. He's trying to draw a conclusion on what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that. 67.
Exactly.
Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher, but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate. 68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced, and putting in a fraction of a report, I can't appreciate the significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report, I understand that, but putting in a random page from a report as hearsay should not be admissible. I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72. I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing. 74, again, it's a conclusory opinion, it's bolstering. Some of these can be said but shouldn't be in PowerPoints. Same thing with 75 and 76, they're ultimate conclusions. And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but testifying about an ultimate opinion and putting it on a board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted. And those are my objections.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, there
Go talk on the microphone, Miss Little.
and you're only being said to be able to reference.
No.
Yeah,
Talk louder.
that's fine.
Thank you, I appreciate that. First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that were filed by the Commonwealth. We did delete a large section to try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the opinions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to be clear to the court. There are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of those slides are not referenced.
I do agree, it's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised, how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears in clothing.
So this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in injuries.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think that we'll be able to satisfy the court's concerns by laying the proper foundation for him to listen.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise. But actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Rentschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't do these on slides is because we objected to Dr. Wilkins coming in on his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
Copy of the specific opinion that was placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know. I just.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Reflexes if Found Acute. And it states the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the pre-2021 Lexus in front of the gun. And Mr. O'Keefe striking the
That's what I was thinking.
rear aspect of his head on the frozen ground.
Okay.
So if he's allowed to do that.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right? But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, that came in over the defense.
All right. Because what I did note is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is to assist the jury.
It's what?
This is to assist the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
This is an 80-page PowerPoint.
Okay.
This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for these, we've narrowed down the text on the slides significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than 1:15.
Wow. I have so many problems and thoughts about why the Commonwealth's witnesses can do something, but we can't let the defense. Okay. Can somebody please explain that to me? And I really do not like seeing myself all big. Looking how rough I look. Oh man. Wow. But I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I don't know what a TLDR is. Somebody's going to have to explain that. I'm not good with acronyms. I would think the court would want the jury to hear all the things that should be considered to determine guilt or not just because Brennan says it doesn't go towards. I agree, Shanka. I agree. They should be given everything so they can make an informed decision. Okay. Could y'all hear that music? I had to mute it on my end, but I am still hearing it in my ear. How do I mute that? Ooh. Oh, Jess, what did you miss? Well, in a nutshell, Brennan has tried to discredit Dr. Lapasada, I think's how you say it, and he can't. He does not fluster her, and she has been a little bit feisty and a little bit snarky, and so far everybody in chat is here for it and loves it. Okay? Everybody is here for it and loves it. So I don't understand. I almost feel like the Commonwealth is grasping and they're having to try anything they can. Okay. Oh, Shanka. Now, I don't wish that on him. Okay. I don't like him, but I don't want him to have a pube in his lunch deli sandwich because then if it's in his, it's in other people's sandwiches. And we don't want that. Okay. We don't want that. Eddie Irene, glad you made it back. Hope the kid's doctor's appointment went well. I think Bev continues to just frustrate me. I will say Brennan seems to be a little bit more soft-spoken today and not as confident. Am I the only one that thinks that? Because he just since yesterday and he got knocked down. And then I think I can't say her name. Elizabeth, we're going to call her Dr. Elizabeth. I think he thought he could ruffle her and he didn't. Now I am curious to see what their relationship was together because that tells me there's some tea. Okay. Yes, Lady in Gray, he had his legs knocked out from under him. But I want to know the scoop as to why he no longer works with her. What happened in their relationship to make him no longer work with her? That, and he said it's the reason he no longer works with her. It reminded me of when you hear men whose wives go missing or something, or they've been killed. Well, I don't want to say anything negative about her. I don't want to. No, basically, you're saying you want people to sit there and think the worst is the reason you introduced that comment. That's how I feel about Brennan saying that. Anybody agree with me? The reason he said that to the court, luckily the jury was not in there, but he's trying to imply that she did something that makes him not trust her. I don't know why. I feel like I trust her more than I do him. Anybody agree? Anybody agree? So we don't have any fun things to do at lunchtime today. If I see we've lost a lot of people for lunch, hopefully it's not me that they're running away from, but it's a great time. Grab your snacks, things like that. Double H just brought me some water and half of a pain pill because we don't want me to get too loopy on here. And he had brought me a chocolate croissant, and then I still have half of a protein bar. So that's what I'm thinking, Dave. She wouldn't bend to his untrustworthiness. I wonder if she called him on the carpet for something or said, I'm not going to do that. And that's why he feels he can't trust her. Scale of justice is more on the side of the defense. The CW doesn't have a case unless they can fabricate things. That's how I feel. But guys, Lady in Gray can tell you over on X, the amount of people who feel the opposite is just mouth dropping to me, because there is so many people that believe Karen is guilty. And I don't know what they're drinking and how they can turn this evidence around and say that, oh, that proves Karen's guilty. I've yet to see any evidence that tells me she's guilty. Maybe I missed it because there was a couple of days I missed some things, but I have more than one reasonable doubt. I have reasonable doubts. Let me say reasonable doubts. I mean, I have lots of reasonable doubt. Has anybody, or does anybody know, or have you seen one piece of evidence that people have said proves to them that Karen did this? Lady in Gray says, Karen is guilty. They hate her. They believe she is guilty because they hate Turtle Boy. It's crazy. Yeah, but I don't know, because I've seen over on the TikTok some people talking about things, and it's been really hard for me not to comment. Seriously, explain to me how you got that out of that piece of evidence. I got something totally different. Like back when the tail light was seen by the person, I think it was the chief or one of the police officers driving down the street in a heavy rainstorm, just happened his eye caught a piece of red tail light and he jumped out. And they believed that. They were like, you could absolutely see a piece of tail light reflecting in the rain. Well, guess what? If it was raining that hard, there was no sun to reflect off of it. And I don't buy that. My personal favorite reason, because Bev thinks Karen Reed is guilty. I mean, reasonable doubt is screaming from the gavel, and Bev can't waive the facts. Let's just call it out for what it really is. Yeah, I worry. I mean, I think it was Sue O that Lady in Gray said earlier, said that some of the jurors were smiling, but they were also looking bored. It's hard to get 12 people to agree. I am hoping that the amount of bananeries and scheming and shady stuff that the Commonwealth has done, I hope the jury can just say, you know what? This has been a shit show. They are not credible. So therefore, none of their witnesses are credible to me. Let's find her not guilty and go home. Do I think that's going to happen? No. X is full of trolls. We have a clown here from Rhode Island, John DePetro, has a talk show and goes to these hearings regularly, and he is constantly posting that she is guilty. Yeah. Yeah. Chip, glad you caught up. And loved Llama, and no need for products. I'm assuming you're saying for this face. Okay, well, I'll just say thank you again. What about the hair? It's like, oh. Anyway, I've had reasonable doubt since I found out John O'Keefe had no injuries under the neck except for the arm, not collision. We're done. Same. So Coffin Dagger thinks Karen Rold is guilty too. I mean, I have had to be very careful on TikTok, just scrolling through the amount of people that think Karen is guilty. Same thing with the X. I go into our X account that we have for TCWT Media sometimes, but I'll be honest, guys, I had to get off of it for my mental health. There is more gaslighting going on over on X than I think anywhere else in the world. I mean, the amount of gaslighting. When I was on X, I literally would log off and sit there and start questioning my own sanity. And that's when I said, okay, it's time to stop looking at that. And I'm so thankful that Lady in Gray takes one for the team and she keeps up with it. Okay. Lady in Gray says, Wendy Murphy thinks she's guilty, but then Wendy still thinks the Duke rape case happened. She crazy. She still thinks that happened. Shunker, you're glad you don't have the TikTok, but you miss being a troll on X. I have a couple of favorite people that I like on the TikTok. Bennett Peach is hilarious. If you're on TikTok, love her. She makes me laugh all the time. Also, Casey, the wedding planner, she does series of issues. Like I'm watching one right now that the mother-in-law to be doesn't like the daughter-in-law. The reason she doesn't like the daughter-in-law because she feels it takes time away from her and her son. She like needs to cut the umbilical cord. Okay. So John DePetro is the epitome of a primate. He's the chimpanzee squawking like an ape man. Oh, Nikki, you got back on X just for this trial. I've tiptoed over there a couple of times. Yeah. Now, I have Blue Sky too, but I'll be honest, I don't do a lot on there. You like Telegram. So, Cindy, the only thing I've ever heard about Telegram, and I'm sure it's like Snapchat, there's a good side and a bad side. I just have heard about the illegal drug deals and things that happen on Telegram. And that's why I've stayed away from it. Just like on Snapchat, for those of you that don't know this, there's an X-rated side to Snapchat that I found out about. Don't go looking for it. You don't want that in your search history. You don't want that. But the number of people that just think Karen Reed is guilty because they don't like her, does that not bother you guys? Because this is not a popularity contest. We do not send people to prison for life because we don't like them. Okay? I'm sorry, guys. That is not justice. Okay? That is middle school mean girl shit. Okay? There have been husbands that have done horrible things to their spouses. And I don't like them as a person. I have thought they were DV, definitely abusers, but they didn't kill their wife. And there was very strong proof of that. And you can't convict someone just because you don't like them. Do I think those husbands should have been convicted on other things? Absolutely. But you do not put anyone on trial just because you don't like them. Okay. Now, Jim said there's so much negative social media regarding the integrity of prosecution and about the judge. Do you think that officials and even the judge are aware of the negative publicity that's out there? I am guessing Bev is still looking at stuff. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe she has people in her office looking at it and telling her. I don't know. I'm going to say I think the attorneys are not, because they don't need to get people in their head. They're trying to focus on the case, but I could be wrong. Okay. I could be wrong. But I have a huge problem with people who think she's guilty just because they don't like her. That is not a reason. Guys, she has lost her career. I mean, let's think about what Karen Reed has lost. She lost her boyfriend. I think she loved him. I do think they had problems. I'm not going to say their relationship was in a healthy place. I don't think it was. But I do still think she cared about him and she loved him. She's lost her job. She has been bullied. All of her dirty laundry is out there. Everything. She's lost money. She has lost everything except for her life at this point. Okay. And they're trying to take that away from her only because they don't like her. If our justice system allows us to put people in jail just because we don't like them, then our justice system is way more broken than I thought it was. Okay? Way more broken. I know people get wrongly convicted. We're finding, that out, especially with the advances in DNA. But to flat out say that I believe they are trying to convict this person just because they don't like her bothers me, but I feel that's what it is. Nikki, this trial was supposed to be less stress for me. Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, I haven't seen one piece of evidence that I could say would even give me reasonable that she might be guilty. Okay? And if I can't even find one little bitty small piece of evidence that's for the prosecution, that bothers me. Bev is constantly reminding the jury to not engage with social media, etc. Yet Turtle Boy is the best on knowing their tactics, even when it's untactful. Agree. I am still shocked that Bev just tells them to be careful with it. On our jury that I was just on, and it was a little bitty case, they said to stay off social media. The fact that this is a big case and she's just saying be careful. If you live in that area, I can't imagine that everything on social media doesn't say Karen Reed. Even if they see just the headline, they need to stay off of social media, in my opinion. But we know my opinion doesn't really matter at all. Doesn't really matter. All I know is I want to know what the jury's thinking. And I honestly want to know what the jury is going to think after this is over and they go back and watch it and they see the shenanigans that have happened. Just what happened yesterday with Hank and the shirt and how Bev tried to downplay it. If I was on that jury, I would be hella pissed that was downplayed so much. I would have been hella pissed because to me, that would have been something she should have made a bigger deal out of, and Hank should have been admonished. I think she should have told the jurors something along the lines, the Commonwealth screwed up. They gave you false information. I am telling you to disregard that false information because they basically lied to you and tried to insinuate something. Okay? I mean, there is so much to be angry about as a juror in this trial. I just think after Vallow, when a couple of the jurors talked and when they had found out about the other stuff, they were upset that they didn't know, but they agreed they were able to render a verdict based on what they did know. But this jury's going to have a lot to be mad about. fiasco is so lopsided, it's not even laughable at this point. I know. I agree. It is corruption. And anybody that lives in the Commonwealth, if I were you, I would be concerned that this is your justice system. I would be highly concerned. I want you to think, what if your son or daughter gets arrested there for something they didn't do? And it's against somebody that the Commonwealth wants to protect? That's a problem. We are supposed to get justice and get as close to the story as we can. We're not supposed to allow this kind of screw up. You know something else too? During the time that Lori V. Daybell was representing herself in the Charles Vallow case, they didn't know about the kid's death. I know. This case, it has surprised me. They haven't said, that she's on retrial, but they have brought up so many times, oh, you've testified in something before. All of this. The FBI name has been dropped. I mean, if I was on that jury, I could tell you this, I would be on like my 10th notebook. I would be going home and replaying the day and writing out new notes. And I would be making a list of questions that I would want answered to be able to render a verdict, whether guilty or not guilty. Okay. So what I did in mine is I made a list, guilty, not guilty. For each thing I had a question on evidence, I needed to put a check mark. Did they prove this to me or did they not? This case has had so much bananery. I don't know how they're going to be able to do that. I worry, and that's why I think it's going to wind up being another mistrial. And guys, that is not justice for anybody because we know they are going to spend money to do it again. Surprised the jury haven't asked any questions. I don't know if they can yet, can they? Or that we would even know. I don't know if we would know. I know on that little bitty case I was on, if we had a question, we had to ask the bailiff, and the bailiff got the question answered for us. Lived here my whole life, and I've always been concerned about corruption. Nothing is ever done because the political favors have always run wide and deep. Wow. Wow, Jim, that is scary. I mean, I know it happens, but wow. Oh, I agree. I would love to be a fly in the deliberation room. I would love to be a fly. Now, remember, they're not allowed to talk about the case while they're in there. They can't discuss it amongst themselves till they are handed the case. So in the deliberation room right now, or in the jury room, since they're not deliberating, they're talking about anything but the case. But when it comes to the deliberation, I want to be there. If these judges can allow for convicted felons to be transparent, they probably have no integrity. Yeah, I agree. Now, I'm not going to say that the handful of trials that I've watched, that I haven't always had some thoughts about the judge. But it's kind of like, I'll be like, ooh, that was a little biased. But then on the other hand, I'll be like, oh, but wait a minute. They're being equally this way. This is the first time I have seen a judge be so blatantly, in my opinion, to be biased to the Commonwealth. It is blatant. Yeah. Oh, Amy Beth, I bet they're exchanging some looks. I bet they are. Oh, I think the deliberation's going to be an absolute what the F. I mean, I do. Good, better, and different. You can always approve of the facts regardless. Yep. Anyone else see the interview by Turtle Boy with a juror from the first trial? I've watched that juror give interviews, but it wasn't Turtle Boy's. Norfolk County has about 725,000 residents. Median income is about 107K. It is the wealthiest county in Massachusetts. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're over on the Discord, I posted a thing. I don't know if anyone can tell me if it's factual. It looked factual to me unless someone did an AI video from the first trial where the defense tried to show that Bev and her husband they have a property they rent out and it looked like somebody from the McCabe family had rented it. And that was a reason why should excuse herself. I am assuming that really happened. And at first I was like, yeah, you should have removed yourself. But then I got to thinking about it. I know people that have rental properties, they don't actually engage with the person, especially if they're doing it through like the Airbnb app. You probably don't talk to them. But I do think living in that area, it seems like so many people know everyone. Amy Beth, good luck with your telehealth appointment. Hi, Scotto. Welcome. We will be back. Says we're supposed to be back at 1:45 Eastern, so here in a couple of minutes, but we know they're always usually wait. It was Matt McCabe's brother. If true, Matt is Jen's husband. Yeah. So I don't think that would be a reason to necessarily recuse yourself unless they could prove that they actually met and have a conversation. Okay. Yeah, guys, every time you hit the like, Llama earns its gavel. Let's be sure to hit the like button. If you're just showing up and you're wondering why you're having to look at me and why I look like I just got out of bed, I did. Our wonderful, beautiful Llama had a family emergency and I had just woken up, was in bed. I jumped on so that she could go take care of her family situation because here at TCWT Media, family comes first, always. We are here for all of you guys and we want to do our best. If I wouldn't have been able to jump on, we would have redirected you somewhere else. But family will always come first here because I work for a company that's the same way. Family comes first. You've been in Nashville, you missed a lot. Oh, girl, there's so much to catch up on. If you didn't see yesterday's, you need to go watch yesterday. The defense asked for a mistrial again. And let me tell you, it is good. It is spicy. It looks like we might actually be on time. We'll have to see. So we will have to see. So it says they're getting ready to return. So I'll pull them up. But if you didn't see yesterday's, you need to go see yesterday. And I believe I saw something happen in Nashville on the news yesterday. I think it was Nashville. I was under a little bit of brain fog with all the meds been taken. But yeah, we call Nashville Nash Vegas. Me and Double H had a chance to maybe move there, and we decided we had lived in Las Vegas. We did not want to do Nash Vegas, but I do love the music scene there, and it is on my bucket list to go to the Bluebird one day. That was it. A lady got hit by a car, and it was by a musician, if I remember correctly. She was an elderly lady in a crosswalk, and thank you, Miss and Miss. I'm so glad I'm doing so good with the background. You know, see what happens. Anytime you're scared to do something, it is just good to jump in and do it. Worst thing you're going to do is make mistakes. The company I work for is a Finnish company. And one of the things that we say, if you don't fail, you can't succeed. Because if you don't make mistakes, how are you ever going to get better? So, me jumping in and learning how to work the background stuff, I might make a few mistakes, but it's going to make me better. And it will mean that our wonderful miss, yes, a miss, because I like to say everything wrong that I possibly can, knows that she can trust me to do it. And I'm getting better about reading comments. Okay. That is something on midday missing I find so hard to do, but I'm getting better at it. And the reason why I get so caught up with my emotions in the missing person cases that if I read the comments, I'm always scared I'm going to break down because I literally sometimes will get off midday missing and just sit here and cry. But I do it and I take that emotional hit because it is so important. And like today, I'm wearing my Chase Lackey missing person shirt. And just real quick, if you don't know about the Chase Lackey case, go watch it. But I do want to send the Lackey family some hugs and hearts. Chase's grandmother passed away this week. And I got asked a really hard question by Chase's mom. She was like, in my mom's obituary, how should we list Chase? Do we miss him as dying before his grandmother, surviving, or just as my son? And guys, that's the thing about a missing person case. You don't know if they're alive or if they're deceased. How do you do that? And that hit me hard because every missing person out there, their family has to go through that. And that's why it hits me so hard because I had to tell his mom, I don't think you're right or wrong, however you do it. You do what you need to for you. Okay. You do what you need to for you. But they don't know. And all of the missing person cases that we cover, they don't know. And that's hard. Aw, Clippy. No, I had to brush my hair. I woke up and it was like sticking up this way, that way. So I ran a brush through it. And that was about it. Okay. Haven't even washed this face or brushed my teeth. I will say when we come back, I'm going to skip away, let it play, and I am going to go brush my teeth because I need to, because they're feeling a little furry. Okay. What you have to acknowledge is that all of this is open to the Freedom of Information Act. The FCC has a role and a fit for what justice is and how long and how things are communicated and adjudicated. I will tell you with the FOIA Act, there are some places, Texas is one of them, they try to hold information back and say it's at their discretion. And I am going to just bet you Massachusetts is the same way. When this case is over, we will try to, once the case is resolved, we're not going to get a lot of information until she's been found guilty or innocent. I bet you they're going to hold back a lot too. Now, I will say sometimes you get lucky and the clerk who's doing the FOIA Act is either new or don't follow the rules. We have before gotten things that we shouldn't have gotten on open cases. Well, that's a little bit different because that's federal. That's federal. Anytime you have a presidential candidate, president, or something like that, that surpasses the attorney generals. That goes to being a federal FOIA. And I go back and forth on whether or not I think those things should be released to the public. And when I say that, the thing that worries me sometimes about them releasing some of that information is somebody going to use that information to figure out how to do it better. That's the thing. Are they going to figure out, okay, this is how the person got caught? So if I do this differently, that's the thing that scares me about FOIAs. Okay. That's That's the thing that worries me. I do think we should be given more information, but maybe withhold some of that kind of information back. Because we shouldn't have that ability. That is one of the reasons, if you've watched True Crime and Wine Time before, if you found us, I guess it's been about a year now, we had a series called The Perfect Crime, where we had people write in their scenarios of a perfect crime, and we would try to poke holes in it and tell them why they would have gotten caught. Guys, we had to stop because the attorney said, you just had two that you covered that are feasible. And we also had retired law enforcement who said, you need to stop. You're telling people how to get away with murder. And so we stopped. So that's where I got to thinking about FOIAs. We don't want to give away the information to tell people how to get away with it. But I do think we should give more information around the situation as far as the crime itself, what law enforcement did right, what they didn't do right. That I think they should share with us. And I also think in missing person cases, if law enforcement hasn't touched it in a certain amount of time, I think they should give the family or someone who's working with the family all of that information. All of that information. There is the Lorena, I think that's her name, right? Lorena Rogers case. Her mother has been missing. Pretty sure her dad did it, and it's been over 20 years. She did a petition. She's trying to get the whole case file because law enforcement isn't working on it. Okay. And I think that should absolutely happen. I think in the missing person cases, if law enforcement hasn't touched it in a year, the family should be able to get access because they are more interested in finding their loved one or their loved one's remains. They're not thinking about justice at that point. Okay, looks like we are back. Let me unmute it.
All right, the jury is coming over. I just wanted to tell you what I was able to do during the lunch break. So, Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar.
Thank you.
All right, and also I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look at Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, and at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise.
I agree.
Any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're bringing the jury in.
Okay, because we have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that I'd like to be able to. 137.
I can't hear you, Miss Little.
Mr. Alessi, please.
I agree, Kelly P, unless it's the autopsy photos and the family ask for them. If the family
136,
asks them,
137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way, right?
Bev, that was a little uppity in my opinion. Who is that breathing into the mic? I know, Cindy,
Okay.
it is blatant. The doctor breathing into the thing. Shanka, that's awful. I agree. Oh, I know a miss, but she's really bad right now. I mean,
Please rise for the jury.
if I ever do that, make sure y'all tell me, okay? You don't need me breathing heavy on the microphone. Thank you, Shanka. Is that a crack in the ceiling by the fan? Because if so, they need to get that fixed.
Court is in session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Come on, put him in his place.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
And coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you would look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering?
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident?
In terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There were,
I'm going to allow it in a different form.
yeah, that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just
Oh. Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Ask him differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's hear it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone. Director of Health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Okay. After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time?
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. LaPosada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. LaPosada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please. And that, you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing, like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch is on the left side?
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there was a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Would
Like a sharp object, like it's not
You
an
can take that down, please.
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a
Describe
person's skin if
spurt.
they've passed.
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
I just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees,
Yes.
and there's different ways to take somebody's or a body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so, is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
Okay. So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected, of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12/32/16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure, they just lie there, they can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Laposada?
No.
Oh. Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate, say they'd lose 3 degrees. And then, after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees, that would still fit and be consistent with a drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, but you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature, out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32, they could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass out, die, and then continue to lose body temperature? Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
So sustained, and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laposada,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive, outside, in the cold, below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
Exactly.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposada, have you seen this video before?
No.
thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
Hank, I don't get what you're trying to do. Hank, I think you're reaching. I really think you're reaching. Wow. And I'm sorry, but the doctor is doing a great job of keeping Hank in his place. And did anybody notice that he kind of just skipped over doing the background stuff? He made it sound like he was going to ask a whole bunch of questions and maybe he's going to go back there, but he kind of dibbled a little in it and then he backed up. So I'm curious to see if he's going to do it. I think he's trying to prove that the mark on John's forehead is from the spoiler on the car. He's so damn clunky. We've seen the autopsy photos. He doesn't have injuries consistent with being hit by a car. I agree with you, Nikki D. I don't know how they are not livid. I don't know how. Yes, I think the doctor sees right through his BS, especially now that we know they've worked together before. But Hank, could you just do me a favor? Hank, I'm talking to you here. I'm sending you these messages. Just sit down. You're making an ass out of yourself, okay? Have some dignity. Just sit down. Just sit down. You're done. Okay? Save yourself some dignity because you are making yourself look like a fool, in my opinion. In my opinion. I'm just, I don't know. I don't know. I just, I can't help. I want to know what's going through the doctor's mind right now. I want to know what she's thinking because I'm thinking she's going, is this guy serious? Is he serious? I mean, what do y'all think? Because I think she's having a hard time not laughing out at him. No, Simone, you cannot fix stupid. You can't. You can't. I mean, I do think Hank has some intelligence. He's not a total buffoon. I think he's outmatched. And I think he's trying to prove something that is not provable. And he is hoping to God he can gaslight the shit out of the jury. Because that is all I see this as is gaslighting. And he's not good at it. Just gonna say, in my opinion. Yeah, you can't have an arm clipped and a spoiler to the head. Doesn't work. So see, Ann Runkle, I've been where Brennan is right now, trying to convince an expert that your theory is viable when it's not flying. It's not a great place to be. Brennan trying to bring it, then you can't fix stupid or make chicken salad out of chicken shit. I have to tell y'all, Llama has the best chat. I mean, you guys here on Couch Court with Llama, I come just for the chat some days because you guys are on fire and spicy. Captain must not be around because we're not getting any little naughty innuendo. Okay, guys, that was really bizarre. Luckily, they're not.
Last bit of questioning of
That's
this
weird.
witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
I think StreamYard's
Dr.
overrated.
Laposada, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur in the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposada.
That's it. He did not go into her background, guys. Wow.
Yes.
Or is he going to come back to it and
Dr.
Okay,
Laposada,
hold on one second. Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay.
I think
All
Hank
right, go ahead, Mr.
got
Jackson.
my
may I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
He be looking nice today.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
So I think Brennan heard me when I said he just needed to sit down. So Hank, thank you for getting my mental telepathy and sitting down. We appreciate it. And you just held on to a little bit more of your dignity, in my opinion. Okay. In my opinion. Yes, guys, I know I really had nothing to do with it, but I'm going to go with it. Okay. I'm going to go with it. Hank needs a cooling off period, just like a stiff in the jaw, no pun intended. Dave, I took a half a pain pill a while ago that Double H brought me, and it keeps it to where it's just a throbbing. So it's better. And I have a nice little pillow back here that kind of is a natural heating thing. So it is much better. Hanker Monty of a giant deranged rabbit. Yes, I'm drinking lots of fluids. I need it to come out because I pick up Monkey Butt on Thursday and we pick up Willie and Roscoe on Friday. She waits until AJ was about to speak that she explains the striking thing. Yeah, it was a little delayed. It was a little delayed. I think Hank realized he could not shake her. And I think he did not want her to explain why they no longer do stuff together. That's just me assuming. I don't think he wanted to open that door. I don't think he wanted the jury to hear it. And it makes me wonder if there's something that would make people not see him as credible now. I agree, Savage Cashy, that last bit of testimony is kind of vague. She did say in reference to the video, though, I am curious as to what Jackson is over there talking about. I got to be careful because I don't need Kelly P coming at me. What he is wanting to sidebar about. All I know is if you look at the O'Keefe side, they just look beat up. They just look beat up. They really do. Bedros says Brendan is walking a fine line with that because of confidentiality and advocacy of his past clients. So he has to be very careful about her. Yeah, but it still makes you wonder what there is, But oh, I just got an interesting text. That was interesting. Yeah, I wonder how much longer she's going to be on the stand. I think the defense has gotten out of her what we needed. That she has said multiple times, a car did not hit him. Hypothermia did not kill him. And I think she has said that multiple times. And I think they could probably clean it up a little bit and let it go. Yeah. All I can say is, Bev, stop selling me something I wouldn't buy for a penny. Yeah. Dot Graham's had that come at me, bro vibe with Hank. I agree. Hank might have tried to get her to lie in a previous hearing. That's what I'm wondering. That or wanted her to not give an opinion on something. So ask her maybe to lie by omission. John's dad is ghosting them. I've also heard he's got some medical issues. And with what I've seen over on the Reddit rabbit hole for the free Karen, that he has some medical stuff. He doesn't believe Karen is guilty. And guys, this kind of stuff will take a toll on you mentally and physically. If you have, I even think of Karen with having MS, or even Jen McCabe who has MS. This kind of stuff can send you into a flare-up and or exacerbation. I am guessing that because Karen has MS, that they have started giving her steroid treatments, that she's probably done a steroid infusion to help lower the chances of an exacerbation or a flare-up. I know a lot of people that live in hotter climates like me, we do those type of infusions when it starts getting hot to try to get us through the summer without a huge flare-up or an exacerbation. So on an elderly person, this, on top of your grieving, the stress of all of it, just being in court can take a toll on their physical health. Okay. Haley Wood said if he had done that, he wouldn't be here. We had a local attorney just get barred for telling a witness to lie on the stand via email. And that's what I said. Maybe he didn't tell her to lie. Maybe he just said, well, don't give that opinion unless you're asked, kind of thing. But I'm going to say in the Commonwealth, anything. And agree. Hank might not have been caught yet. The fact that he did what he did yesterday and he didn't get called on the carpet for the whole thing with the holes in the back of the shirt makes me wonder. It really does. It makes me wonder. And Llama, if you are listening, just want to let you know we are all thinking about you sending you lots of my pink sparkles and hugs. In fact, I'm going to have to put together a package tonight to send you with lots of pink glitter and confetti to help while you're going through this. But in my opinion, this is a wrongful death case. I think this lady would have turned him in if he asked her to lie. Someone else may not have. Agree. What's going on with Llama Jujubeen? She has a family emergency going on. That is why you have me, the substitute teacher. Somebody called me a while ago. I was in bed, just woke up, logged into the stream, heard her say that. So I jumped on to help her so she could go take care of her family situation. That's why y'all get to look at me all day. Because this is Couch Court with Llama, not Couch Court with Terry True Crime. This is Llama's show, but we are a family here at TCWT Media, and we will always pitch in and help each other. Just like Cap'n has been great and has jumped in to cover me when I'm having little flare-ups or issues. I'll be honest, hopefully get rid of this kidney stone, get my infusion, that the summer will be great for me and won't have any problems. Good time to say, if you want to see me and Llama in person, we are going to be live and in person July 19th in Marion, Ohio at the Blend of Seven Winery. We have sold more tickets. It's a small venue. I'm not sure how many are left because we've sold quite a bit. It is going to be a great time. We are going to get there early, hang out with people, chat. We also are going to celebrate my birthday because I canceled my birthday party to do this live show. So we are going to celebrate my birthday there. We've got a missus coming with her husband, Llama Elbow Feet. Mama Llama will be there. I will be there. I don't think I can bring Willie and Roscoe with me because I don't think I can take them on the plane. But it's going to be a great, great time. Even though we're going to be covering dark cases, Joey LaBute and Andy Chapman, we will still try to have some fun. I will tell you, there is going to be a lot of impromptu live streams going on while we're together that weekend. Juju Bean, that's your mom's birthday. Oh, live stream and a live show. Yes. My birthday is on July 23rd, but usually do the party the weekend before. But that was the only weekend we could get the live show worked out with their schedule. And I said, you know what? Why not go spend it with our community? So I'm excited. And Llama and I, and Elbow Feet and Amy, there's going to be some craziness in the background. I could see Bev and Hank staring in Little Red Riding
Yes.
starring
Dr.
in.
Lopasana, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays.
Yes.
And the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any, you reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach you on?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have one look?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Because you have them up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked and moved into evidence for reasons we discussed at sidebar.
So those will be, and you're objecting to this, Mr. Bennett?
Of course, Brennan is.
Even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I'd prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark your flash drive, And you can just go ahead, go in evidence, we'll mark the flash drive. Flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of paper. And you can go ahead and show them.
If I did, I don't want to have a full discussion in open court. If it-
All right, jurors, we're going to make this one really quick.
Agree, feel free to. I mean, what does it matter if it's on a flash drive or it's on a big printout? Some people like to see the big printout. I personally would. I don't know. But as I was saying, when we're in Ohio, I really hope we can find the crack raccoon and take a picture. And I also hope that no car runs into a building that I'm in, because in Ohio, that's apparently a problem. Okay. It's apparently a problem. So if you live close to Ohio, come and see us. Hoping we might even get lucky and have Captain join us. And guys, when I say there's going to be after hours foolery, we're all staying in an Airbnb together. And we know there's going to be wine and cocktails. So if you're a member, you will get to see a lot of this tomfoolery because we will do members only streams. Okay.
Yes.
It's going to be fun. Okay. I'm determined it's going to be fun.
Thank you so much.
I know, but on the thumb drive, can't they zoom in on it? I would think the big picture's better.
I'm going to show these to you and then I'll put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
I hope y'all can't hear that cat screaming in the background.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by our designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
HHH is now 229A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to wait. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hewitt, sister,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a x-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side. And we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. I may have this marked as.
Okay, I hope some of
That may
you
obviate the need
on
to
today
stop,
got
right?
some of those memberships so you can see the tomfoolery. They misspelled it. Yeah, they've misspelled it.
Is it a 229B?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another x-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, doctor. With the court's permission, next in order, sub C is in Charlie.
Yes.
C C as in see you next Tuesday. See, he was nice and said C as in Charlie.
229C.
Exactly. She's not getting a gift.
Dr.
number
Laposado, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Yes,
All right,
Brennan.
Dr. Lapasada, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, who we got next?
All right, is there anything else today?
What? It's only 2:51. Anything else today?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yes, everybody stand up and stretch. Okay. All juries looking at x-ray. Laposada testifies that there are no fractures, breakage, or swelling. Yeah. Dr. Graham drops the grenade as she walks past Hank. If you're ever in Stark County, Ohio, stay away from Canton Autumn Hospital and Mercy Medical Center. Uh-oh. Dr. Rentschler is the only defense left. They may want to wait until tomorrow to start because he'll be on all day anyway. I mean, let's go ahead and get him started. Okay. Don't you dare rest without Rentschler.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite Dr. Andrew Rentschler to join us.
Okay.
They are going to do him. Bev's like, dang, I wanted to leave. I think the court reporter's arm gets tired holding that thing against her mouth.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear that you ever state the court and jury in the case that hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon.
No, Your Honor. It's fine. It's fine. Feels good.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
You know, we have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Anderson.
Sure.
Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant, ambush-protected, armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD. to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contractor commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy, and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation, we do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high-impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school, doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we were kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and a pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr.
Neither would I.
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year, 2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right, did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is
Yes.
Yeah, with respect to the head, is that
Yes,
what? Yes, yeah.
as it relates to the head.
Yes, well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage? He
did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted, with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
what kind of materials did you review? In addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light. And that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify?
Yes.
This year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Sorry, guys, I am eating pretzels. I went out and got pretzels because of Llama always eating pretzels, but I needed something and I had to get some more water. I really like this guy. I forget who said it earlier that I was going to like him. I really like him. You can tell he's very smart, but he speaks in a way that even I, a simpleton, can understand. I really like that. I think Hank is not going to be able to ruffle him either. I just don't see it happening. Lady in Gray, you were right. I like him. I do. I don't think Hank will be able to get him flustered. I really don't. Now I'm assuming we're going to end today, on him and he'll come back tomorrow. I bet you Hank keeps him on the stand for a long time tomorrow. But then again, He got smart and decided not to finish cross-examining the doctor. He made us go through all those loops on what he wanted to say, and then he didn't say it. I think he finally realized, I just need to stop. I hope he realizes that with this guy too. I really do. And I love that Suo says the jurors are paying attention to this guy. That gives me some great hope. I mean, I hope this doesn't end in a mistrial. I hope Karen Reed gets found innocent so that she can start rebuilding her life. And then maybe, just maybe, the Commonwealth will do the right thing and go find who really killed John O'Keefe. This lady in gray says he won't cross Dr. Rensler like he did Dr. Wolf, I don't think. I don't know. I agree, Simone. He means what he says, and he says what he means. Dr. Goodwrench, you would agree that CW has proven two things, Jack and shit, correct? Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I just can't help but think the Commonwealth literally spent $400,000 on Aperture. They could have found much better experts with that kind of money, in my opinion. Yes, I'm eating pretzels. They're royal gold tiny twist because I needed them because I didn't want to eat crackers. And my tummy was a little off after taking meds, but I won't crunch them in your ear, I promise. Part of me is hoping that Hank is so beat down that maybe he is knocked down so far that he is just going to tuck his tail in. I don't think that'll happen. He's got a job to do, but I hope he scales it back. I hope he scales it back. 400,000 of your money. Exactly. I would be livid. Now you want pretzels and tacos. I don't want a taco. I just want my pretzels. You know what I love? The yogurt covered pretzels. Those are really good. Those are really good too. But anybody else think that Hank seems very deflated today? I can't help but wonder if Morrissey didn't take him to task. Okay. Jim Bob down the road would have done Aperture work for a case of Coors and a pack of smokes. I mean, they look like fools. And then with what Hank did yesterday, I mean, I don't think the Commonwealth looks good. I don't think they look good. And I'm going to just say, if this jury does a mistrial again, I'm going to say that there is that one person who doesn't like Karen. And that's the reason they are voting she's guilty, not because of evidence. I think you've got somebody who's decided they don't like her. They didn't like the Higgins messages and stuff. And because they don't like her, they're going to hold out. Hank is deflated due to making the big mistake yesterday regarding the hoodie. I agree. And he knows he's been beaten. I agree. I agree with RTC, though. I think Hank is sneaky and evil. He might be cooking something up in his mind. You never know with him. You never know with him. I think he is slimy. But he does seem a little beaten down.
So jurors, that was about scheduling. We picked up a lot of time today. I think it was because we did spend less time at sidebar and less time doing things outside your presence. So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so please, those same 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please continue to be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you ready to start at 9 o'clock.
So they're letting the jury go, so they got something to discuss. Hate to think what Hank does behind closed doors. Ooh, I don't want to think of him behind closed doors. Picked up a lot of time because Brennan's bananery was shut down. Agreed. But I'm also, because if you remember correctly, they said a lot of this guy's slides have to be changed. I bet you that has something to do with it.
You're all set, Dr. Ensler. I
Thank
should
you.
have told you, I'm sorry. So we'll see you tomorrow morning as well. So thank you. All right. So first of all, anybody object if I give Ms. McLaughlin back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me? Any objection to that? All right. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23, the word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there, 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, and 76. Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23. Now, as I said to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf,
Okay.
depending on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect I'll probably be about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday at the latest. But that's,
By Monday, based on our
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we can be ready Friday.
Okay. All right. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Yes.
Should I have Dr. Welcher tomorrow or wait for Wednesday?
Um,
Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday.
tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
Of course.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
I think Mr. Leslie had one issue he wanted to address before.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the Exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would.
Yes. We'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much. Your Honor.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah. I said yesterday they'd come in. They're coming in. Okay. So those will be in evidence. Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay. All right. We're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Goodbye.
Well, this woman cannot do a full day. Is it just me? Now, To be fair, she probably has a lot of things she still needs to go and read and prep for tomorrow. So I'm going to give her a little bit of grace there. But did you hear that Brennan thinks he's going to need an hour to an hour and 10 minutes to cross this gentleman if Jackson does an hour and a half? I mean, come on. That's almost, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I think AJ wanted to stop too because they can't show that presentation until they take those words off. Did they say it was like 70 something pages? I hope to heavens to Betsy, we're not going to have death by PowerPoint. Okay. I think it's too late in the game to have death by PowerPoint. You think Brennan is lying again about how long it's going to take him to cross-examine? And then Welcher again, really? Why? Why? But we knew was going to come back. She's an addict. You know it. And you can tell it by her actions. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about me because I'm eating pretzels? Are you talking about me? Don't think the changes to presentation will make much of a difference at this point. Yes, it will take him longer than an hour, but not long as Wolf. Okay. Oh, Bev, Simone, I thought you were talking about me. Yeah, I don't know. She could just be overly caffeinated. I don't know. I don't know the signs of an addict, so I can't say on that. Oh, so several people have wondered. Oh, okay. Okay. That just made me think of a Law and Order SVU episode years ago where the attorney came to court and had been drinking, and the judge made her do a breathalyzer right then. And yeah. So, well, guys, they said this is going to go to the jury by Monday. Now, I can't do a poll because I don't have it pulled up. How long do we think it's going to take the jury to deliberate? I think it's going to be a while. I think it's going to be a while, especially for that one person who took a lot of notes. Lady in Gray, you don't need to say thank you. I don't mind. I was going to be watching anyway, so at least I can rant to you guys and not just to my monitor. Uh-oh. Now that the little burpy thing like Llama. Oh my goodness. But how long do y'all think? I'm thinking a couple of weeks for deliberations at a minimum. I think so. Amy Beth says over a week. They have so much to review that unless they have already, because I know a lot of times that they'll come in and do a vote at the very beginning to see where we're at, to see how far we need to go. The only way I can see it being shorter is if they walk in and take an initial vote and they all are on the same page, which I do not know how 12 people could possibly be on the same page at the initial vote. I don't. I know I've heard it's happened before, but I don't know. But I think so. Last time it was 5 hours over 5 days, about 25 hours, and they have less witness testimony this time. Jim thinks 4 days. The reason I'm thinking longer than a week is because I think you're going to have that one person who's a holdout. And I think the rest of the jurors are going to try so hard to get them to turn because they don't want a mistrial. A lot of it is repetitive and they're human, and I'll bet some have already made up their mind. I know that's why I think unless they go in and do an initial vote, Because, I mean, stranger things have happened where you go in and everybody agrees. And maybe they are just so tired of the bananery and the craziness, and maybe they've lost all respect and credibility for the Commonwealth. But on the flip side, maybe they all agree with the Commonwealth. So, I mean, it could go either way, but Savage Cashew says 12 hours, 2 days. Yeah, I mean, if I was on the verbiage on the verdict sheet is an issue. Yeah, and we're gonna have to hear what the instructions are too. But I could say if I was on that jury right now, I would know what I was gonna vote. And I have to tell you, I can't think of anything right now that anybody could show me to make me change my mind. I would be open to hearing what they have to say, but I would need cold, hard facts to change my mind. And unfortunately, in this case, I do not see that the prosecution has brought me cold, hard facts, except for making me watch a blizzard video over and over and over. And the fact that everybody was drinking. Those are the facts I'm sure of. There was snow and a lot of people were drinking. Those are the only 2 facts that I think the prosecution has brought me. So, yeah, I think longer than that will be a hung jury. Do we all still think it's gonna be a hung jury? I I worry it's gonna be a hung jury. I really do. I worry it's gonna be a hung jury. I I don't know. I I think there's going to be a holdout who either way, if they all say she's guilty, there's going to be one holdout that says, no, I have reasonable doubt. If they're all saying I have reasonable doubt, there's going to be that one person that says, no, she's guilty. So I I hope it's not a hung jury. I really do. But so who do we think won today? Prosecution or defense? Who do y'all think? The jurors have a right to ask questions. You will bet 400K that there will be a hung jury. Are you going to put that in an escrow account for us so that if it's not, we can figure out how to spend that? Just kidding. Just kidding. The lady expert one. I agree. Dr. La Spada, her, I think she won. I think the defense did a great job with her. She is a great witness. And I think she handled the prosecution very well. And I found her extremely credible. Extremely credible. Yeah, I have to look at it to say it. And since I'm not looking at it on screen, I can't say it. Yeah, Dr. Elizabeth couldn't be rattled. Couldn't be rattled. So now we will be back tomorrow morning at 8:30. It will either be me or Llama or one of the other co-hosts. We will wait and see what Llama's got going on. But I've told her if she needs me to be, I will make myself available to help her tomorrow. So let's all be sure to put out good vibes into the universe for Llama. Also want to say, I don't know if Couch Court After Dark, I'm going to just go on a limb and say it's not going to happen today. She'll probably catch it up tomorrow. We want her just to take care of her and not worry about P. Diddy because he isn't going anywhere. Okay. Now, make sure you have lots of snacks tomorrow, okay? Because I think if we're going to have Welcher on the stand, we're going to need snacks. Okay, we're going to need a lot of snacks and might even have to do midday Moscato. Okay. Also, don't forget, we have our members only tomorrow night. even if Llama's not able to make it, I will be there, and I'm sure I can strong arm a couple of people into joining if I have to. Llama's handling it, so I may have to reschedule it because I don't know what we're doing. It's Llama's turn. But I think I've said everything I could say about today. I think the doctor wanted, I think she's an amazing expert witness. And I think she shut Hank down. I think Hank realized I can't, I cannot ruffle this lady. I can't do anything. I am making myself look like a fool. I am going to listen to Terry True Crime and I am going to just sit down and shut up about this. So glad he listened. I hope everybody has a great night tonight. We will see you back here tomorrow at 8:30. So as Llama would say, let's go forth and be amazing for our Llama girl. And I want us all, like I said, to send out our positive vibes to Llama, Mama Llama, the entire family. And guys, I want you all to stay safe, watch out for crime, and if you're so inclined to, enjoy your wine time. Until tomorrow, guys, bye. Take care.